Oh yeah, you just I don't know. What's your name again? Like you Jeffers.
How do you map 160?
Together. Awesome. Did you take 160?
Yeah, I was in it.
Oh, which class? 60
I'm so eight.
I was in the same one as you were. Yeah. Yeah.
That was awesome. What you got?
Oklahoma. Oh my god.
I think I said hi to you once, but I kept to myself.
Calling me beforehand.
Yeah,
But I ended up doing it.
I saw him the other day.
a lot.
I saw him the other day.
It was actually really good.
Like, of course, right? No, it's fine. Yeah.
Oh.
My daughter just listened. Yeah. I was thinking saxophones and you and Cav, then go back to see and spend a week with my daughter.
That's so fun. Yeah, I think I sort of stayed in my own lane too, to try to.
Everybody's staying longer.
It was not the easiest class.
But it wasn't going to Australia.
Yeah, I know.
Almost 2 weeks and then having a late Fiji, but we're in Fiji for like
Culture.
4 days. Very exciting.
It's just all funny. Okay, what?
Yeah, I'm planning. Are you gonna do it too?
Yeah, I'm good.
About them. Really? Yeah.
I want to stay up there. That's awesome.
Got it.
All right, well, let's get started. We've got a lot to do, everyone. Can you believe it? Happening. People who are online, please, it's really hard to work a room and a computer at the same time. So if you have a question, just unmute yourself and shout out, okay? Because I might not see that somebody put something in the chat, right? So the first thing I want to do is just take a moment to I know that I heard you all reintroducing yourselves to each other, but let's reintroduce. And when you say your name, say one thing that you're going to bring with you, whether it's a thing or a practice or a feeling that's going to like help anchor you. Whenever you feel like, whoa, I'm on the other side of the planet. Like, what do you turn to? So what are you going to bring with you? So I don't start with people online. Penny, can you unmute?
Hi, I'm Penny LaPalme, and I'm going to bring some music.
Music, what kind?
I've got Eric Satie.
Nice, awesome. Okay. So maybe I'll unshare my screen so that you guys are bigger. I guess it doesn't matter. You bigger, okay. Who's next online?
I can go.
Yay!
My name is Mia, and I'm not really. I mean, I guess I'm bringing my phone, but so I can talk to my friends and my family.
Awesome. Hey, how about Charlotte? Oh, it's not letting you unmute. Funny. Ah, well, this is Charlotte. You can put in the chat. I'll look at the chat right now. What are you gonna bring? An underwater camera.
Sweet.
Okay. Sydney.
Hi, I'm Sydney. I'm gonna bring a speaker.
Oh, what kind of speaker? That'll be handy.
Just a JBL one.
The little ones. Wait, you can't see me. I love those. Perfect. One, too. Charles.
Hey everyone, Charles. I'm gonna be bringing a speaker and a little camera as well.
Awesome. Anybody else online?
I'll go. I'm Riley. I'm going to be bringing 2 cameras. I have a digital camera and a film camera. So hopefully I'll get some good pictures.
Nice. Okay. Did that get everybody who's online? It looks like it.
I didn't go. I'm Nicole. And I'm going to bring my favorite book.
What's your favorite book?
The Little Prince. And it's
Oh, I love The Little Prince. Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of people on my list. I didn't see everybody. All right, who's next in my lineup? Who did it? Rylan?
Yeah, hey, my name's Rylan, and I'm gonna be bringing a surfboard.
Wow. Who hasn't gone yet?
I'm Aaliyah,
Malia.
and I'll be bringing one of my like favorite necklaces to remind me of, like home.
Yay. I wore a necklace my dad gave me today. Hey. Is anybody else online who hasn't introduced themselves? No, I think we got everybody. Okay, awesome. Okay. Room.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm gonna bring like a personal journal.
I'm Michelle, and I'm gonna bring like this little pouch of lavender that. I'm Ashley, and just like breathing.
Beautiful.
I'm Rebecca, and I'm gonna bring my yoga mat.
I'm Nora, and along with all the other things, I'm gonna bring this pencil I've had for like 6 years. Hopefully I don't lose it, but I always write with that one, so.
I'm Gracie, and I'm gonna bring my favorite blanket.
Oh.
It's not.
I'm Joseph, and I want to bring revolution music because it reminds me of home.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm Marina, and I'm gonna bring my relationships from the other side who are all with us, and they get me through everything and anything, and all of you folks too. You get me through.
I'm Peyton, and I'm gonna bring my underwater camera as well.
I'm Carliana. I'm also bringing a personal blanket and an open mind.
Yeah.
I'm Brianna, and I'm also gonna bring my film camera.
I'm Jacqueline, and I'm thinking of bringing a journal so I can record my experiences.
Perfect.
I'm Sheldon. I think I'm gonna bring some headphones.
I'm Lana, and I'm gonna bring my dive light so I can go night snorkeling.
Ooh. Whose mom is it?
Sorry. My mom.
I've met you.
We were on the
Online.
Zoom, yeah, we were on the Zoom and then her dad came and she was like, drive me down there. I'm like,
Yeah.
Are there gonna be parents? She's like, yeah.
I lied.
She's
No, I
Thank you.
My daughter's
Meet
not here.
her parent when she's over there.
Nope,
Oh, no.
I've already stepped back. No, this is my turn.
Beautiful. Okay, y'all. Well, I am so honored to do this with you. It's a really unique study abroad. Some of you have done study abroad. Some of you just got back from a study abroad. But this one is pretty different. And we're really lucky this year because we have two previous students to act as teaching assistants. So one of them is Lana, who was with us last fall, and the other one is Jack, who will show up online at some point to introduce himself, and he was with us in 2019. So you've got two different perspectives of programming. So they're going to be good resources for you as well as myself. And that's going to be a really awesome piece of it. What I want to do today, there's a lot to think about and a lot we're going to do, but I want to first just put us into the Bali mindset. And the Bali mindset for me is this is a place where every single person sees you and honors you and smiles at you. It is so incredibly beautiful to feel so seen and so welcomed and held in community. Yeah, and Lana's agreeing. This isn't just
Very
me.
much so.
Yeah, so really putting that into your mindset that every single one of us matters and that all of our actions support everybody else. So really bringing that too. And there's gonna be a little bit of some things that we do today, and one of them is going to be really thinking about what our community agreements are. So I wanted to start in thinking a little bit about that. And really, so everybody brought a notebook to write some notes in. Great. I'm gonna write this in either, I know you probably have, if you have a notebook for your geography class, or it doesn't matter, but we're gonna do some more work with this once we're all together. So, this is gonna be a nice piece of that. So I want you to just first think, I just in your journal, and if anybody, does anybody need paper? Can I I have some paper. If anybody needs some. We can move all off. There. Little awkward room. Okay, and everybody online can hear me okay? Great, I'm sorry, I don't see closed captioning happen. I clicked on, but it doesn't work, so hopefully you can hear me okay. Michelle?
Is it possible to have a front panel of lights off?
I don't think so. I think this room.
I can flip
I'm
switches.
not as familiar. Yeah, you can try those two switches. Oh yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah, turn that one off. The other. I guess. What do you guys think? That helps. And by the way, there's snacks through here. Don't feel shy, or we can put them on the side. And there's also a cooler that has some soda water and some lemonade.
Thank you for always being so thoughtful.
Yeah, thank you. Very good. All right, so what I want you to think about first right now is just kind of jot this in your journal. Think about a class or learning experience that you've been in, that you've already done, that worked really well for you. It doesn't have to be the entire thing, maybe part of it, but something that worked really well for you. And what was it about that experience, or the way it was, or the way everybody around you was, that really helped you? So just take a second to write that piece down. Just to think about it. You don't have to write in full sentences. This isn't something I'm gonna read, so this is for you to just drop in and reflect a little bit. Oops. And then simultaneously, as you're writing that, just also think about a learning experience or group experience or class where something just didn't work for you, or maybe it was a bad experience, and what is it that would have helped you to have a better experience? What could have been in place that maybe somebody else could have controlled, or you? If you could put yourself back in that time and place and ask for something to be different, what would be different? Okay, so I'm sure that there's a lot that could be written. But what I want to do is we're gonna start this process here and now, and we'll revisit it, like I said, on the beach in Jimbron, just as soon as next week. So that we can all do this in person in real time. But what we are going to do is come up with a set of community agreements. Has anybody ever used community agreements before in a space? How are they different from rules?
They're agreements.
Everybody gets to make them. They're not like told to you, at you.
Yeah, and we do have some rules in this program, for sure. You all signed and abided by some student conduct rules. Nobody is going to take part in any drugs at all whatsoever on this program. I mean, unless aspirin, but like any illegal drugs, that's not happening, right? That's one of the rules. You're not gonna get blind drunk. You're not gonna leave without telling anybody. So those are some rules that we have. And you have to do that. A norm is something that's just like standard behavior that you might expect from people. But a community agreement is we're all gonna collaboratively agree on it and the things that really support us. And some of us might have ways in which things did or didn't work that we want to really bring into the group. And it's really, really important to do this because we can't have a good experience if we're not all having a good experience. Because in this, you are at a round table, and a round virtual table. There is no hierarchy. There is no reason for anybody to fail or fall behind. Your responsibility from this day forward until November 5th, and hopefully beyond, is to hold each other up. And sometimes you're gonna fall and you're gonna need to lean in. And so that's what we really want to create, is we want the safest, most supportive space possible. I want that for you. I want that for me. I want that for our other support team. And by the way, it's still the middle of the night in Bali, but Darren and Laura are there. They'll come into this Zoom later on as we go through. You saw that. So, and one of the things that happens when we are living and working together, and a lot of the times we might be stressed, we might be a little more tired than usual, we might indeed be a little hotter than usual. You can get sad that you're missing, your nice cool morning fog, or feeling like, God, I just really want to sleep in until 11, but I can't because we're all doing this. So there's going to be times too when things get uncomfortable. And those are the moments where we have to, that's really nice to have these agreements to kind of step back into it and remind ourselves, and also realize that, there's going to be, we're going to be visiting a third world country. We are privileged people, and we also have our own issues of equity or past trauma or whatever it is that we're carrying with us. And sometimes those can get triggered by an event. So we want to make sure that if anything like that happens, we can still be vulnerable and be able to say, hey, I need a minute, whatever it is, okay? And figure out a way to communicate that with each other. So there's some really important ones. So I have this word that I want to put out, and realized I didn't have time to set up my iPad, so I can't write on that. Try to figure it out. But this is a little book in our teaching library we're going to have with us. We'll have a few of these. Have you ever seen this book? This is a dictionary of roots and combining forms. So we are in biology, and in the class of biology, the biggest complaint that every single biology student from the beginning of time has ever said, and every single one of them has said to me, is, oh my gosh, there's so many words in biology. So really what it is another language. And a lot of it is based in Greek and Latin. And so a lot of the words we use in our day-to-day life are also rooted in that. So I have a word. Does anybody know what the word respect is? What does it mean? Isn't it funny how we have these words that we throw around and we're like, how do you define that?
It's a quality of honor.
Ooh, nice. Honor. Yeah.
Mutual.
Mutual.
Maybe it would be something like a mutual agreement on how you treat others, on how you treat other individuals.
Yeah, something about that.
Consideration.
Whoop, hello, yep.
She said consideration.
Somebody said something and I missed it.
Consideration.
Consideration, nice, I love that word. Does anyone want to volunteer to look up the first half of that word? Look up re. You probably know what re means, but it's in there.
Again.
Back again. Okay, hand the book to somebody else. Somebody look up the second half of that word. Because a lot of our words we put together.
Inspect.
Inspect.
To see or look at.
Spectacles, right? Have you ever thought about what that is, what that's saying? To look again. To look again. That's the root of what that word means. And there are times when you feel like, oh, this person did something, but look again, stop, pause. So that, that piece I would really like to bring into our community agreements, that concept of look again to me also says like, take a beat, like somebody said something and you're like, ooh, prickly. Wait, stop. Why did they say that? Did they really mean what I'm thinking they meant? Stop, look again at that. Let's have some respect for this dialogue that's happening between us and say, hey, I just heard you say that my hair looks like a mess today. Did you want to, I'm kind of sensitive because sorry, I didn't have time. Like, I want to talk about it. And what she's really saying is, oh my God, but I love the mess. Maybe it's that. And I took it as like a diss that, and forget my hair today. Right. And so how can we, like, I'm going to bring in that as a community agreement that we really just remember, stop, look again. Does anybody want to throw one out really quickly as another thing that maybe you thought of that you'd like to bring into that potential space of an agreement? What you might need to help make you feel safer and comfortable. Hi, Jack. I just turned around and saw you on the screen.
Hello. Sorry, I was a little bit late.
That's okay. Do you want to quickly introduce yourself? Here, I'm going to elevate you to speaker view so that people can see your face.
Sure.
Are you on a boat?
No, I'm just on the Humvee at work. I'm just this is my view right now.
Oh, Jack's in Oregon.
Ooh.
Or Oregon. How do you say it?
Yeah, whatever you want to say. Hi everybody, my name is Jack. I'll be helping Michelle out with this study abroad. I'm super excited. The last time I was to Bali was with Michelle again. The study abroad 5 years ago. And I've been back ever since. But now I'm obviously at work, but I do salmon research on the Columbia, and it is so much fun.
Yay.
What else would you like to know?
Okay. Your mic goes in and out a little bit, Jack, just to warn you. Okay. All right. Sweet. Oh, I see some things in the chat. I see. Always assume good intentions. Yes, got that. Awesome. Okay. So maybe just take a second to, if you could write down an agreement in your journal there too, of like one that you would like to think about. Just think about something that would help you when you had those moments where something didn't work. Like, what would you have loved to have? Anybody want to share one?
I said stay present because I've like, I know from traveling, like, oh, like you like to see social media and you see your friends doing this and that. And it's like, you only have one time probably where you're going to go to Bali and experience the things that we're doing. So stay present, like live in the moment. That's going to be my probably big thing this trip.
Beautiful. So important. Yeah. What's one way in which, does anybody have a way in which they help themselves when you're feeling like, wow, you're just so excited, you're scattered, and you had really good Bali coffee and you're distracted. Like, how do you re-present yourself?
Journaling and wait, Nora, you said breathing? Yeah. Ashley said breathing, and then breathing as well, like meditation.
Grounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Choose off.
Also, like, you can't really, I mean, it's gonna be hard because we're traveling, but you can't really do things if your bucket's not full. So like sleeping and water and food and just keeping yourself as in line as possible.
Beautiful. And you know, that's a really important thing too. It's like, and this is one thing that Jack is really good at. Is he, and the reason he's here with us is that he was really good at noticing when my bucket wasn't full. And he'd show up and be like, hey, you haven't eaten in 7 hours. I brought you some mee goreng, you know, or whatever it is. So that's when it's really great for each other to be like, you look really, I noticed you haven't filled your water bottle up since 9 a.m. and it's empty. Can I get you some more? So fill each other's buckets. Beautiful. Love it. So we'll pull a lot of them together when we're more together, but it's a good thing to start thinking about. And, you know, for me, one thing that when I come back to that idea of respect too, one of the things that really broke my heart in a previous program was when I read a student evaluation, which is anonymous, and they talked about an incident that had happened like a month into the program, that they felt like they hadn't been respected, that the comment that I made to them wasn't. And I remembered that incident, and I had a really different reason for saying what I had to say at that moment. And the person took it wrong, never came to me, held it, and then used it as a sword against me later when I had no way to defend myself. And that hurt because it I like cared about that person and was doing what was the best in that situation. So like my thing for you is I'm playing this role where I'm your teacher, I'm your director, I'm your protector, and everything that happens on this program falls on me. And Darren is my service provider, he works for me, the drivers, they work for, so all of it comes back. And so I carry a lot of weight. And sometimes I might be thinking and have a hard time smiling, or I know I have like this resting sad or angry face. It doesn't mean I'm sad or angry. It's just that I was born worried looking, I just have this Puerto Rican brow thing going on. And so a community agreement I want to offer to the table is to just take a minute and come back if something doesn't land right, and check in. Let me know. And we've got these 2 TAs that are going to be here for you too, and Darren and Laura are going to be there pretty much the entire trip. They might step out for a moment in the end, but we're all here for you. Oh, and I see that Grace Bowen is on her way. Okay. Love it. Thank you all for taking that moment. Does anybody want to add anything else before we roll into the next piece?
So we're gonna do this some more, so we can just pick it up there.
Yeah. And I see that Brissa, you arrived, and Branch, you weren't here a minute ago either. Now that I'm looking back at the computer. Branch, you want to introduce yourself? Got that speaker view.
Hello.
The man of many words. What happened? Brissa, can you? I don't know why it jumped over.
Hello?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Hi. I'm
Introduce-
Brisa.
Yes.
Wait, are we like just saying our
Oh,
name or
no, we
what?
were just reminding each other of who, so we can see your little picture.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Okay. Did anybody else arrive since we began? Go back to the gallery view. Okay, no other new people jumping in. All right. So what I want to do is let's right now really quickly before we move on to the next thing. Stand up and stretch for a second. Just stretch, move your body, ground yourself, feel your feet on the ground. I'll randomly pull up some music at some point. I know, if I do for sure.
Yeah, that felt so good. How do you do that? I like.
Thank you.
Whatever.
Yeah, I do that.
Forward.
No, it's crazy. I've been 45 minutes.
I know.
It really makes sense.
How's the dried gin?
It's good.
Yeah,
So almost like sugar, like crystallized.
Can I keep-
Like
Thank you.
Like so hiding the space.
I nibble on it. I had at least like 15 bites.
Love it.
Yeah. For nausea.
Yeah.
I can text them like I got like 6 of them.
No, I remember once I
Oh,
was
what?
super seasick.
How many you want?
Oh, are those good for?
Oh,
yeah,
for
for
nausea. Yeah.
Motions.
Like car
What do
sickness.
take for?
Oh, Dramamine, babe. If you get
Bony,
super,
okay.
super
Bony,
sick,
bony,
yes.
bony, that's what I use.
What is that different? It makes
It's
you
a little-
sleepy?
Not as bad as Dramamine.
Yeah. How do you say
And not like, not even take, like, if you're feeling seasick already, you take the bony, like Dramamine, like preemptively.
Okay, I'm going to. It makes you pretty sleepy.
You're gonna be on your phone? No, you're still.
Yeah.
BONIN too.
Okay.
All right.
I really wanted to go. I don't think it goes.
So we are going to
Yeah.
We're gonna get into our basically our first lecture and orientation. Ooh, snacks. Hand me a cookie, man.
Every 4 days.
I buy snacks. Cookies.
I was gonna wait till next time, but I can bring my
it's
stuff
alive, you
that helps at work. Either I can move up. I saw all the sign talking when the person.
All right, you guys, let's come back together. Grab a cookie so that your mouth is full of yumminess. All right. What we want to do first is I'm going to orient you to the marine science class. So one thing about, I'm going to try to jump between all these screens here. One thing about, that, which you all saw as part of your maybe promo for this class, orientation, is it truly is like, this is an integrated class. I love that Lana's here and she's just like, oh yeah. So the marine biology, marine science, I'm just going to use the word marine science because marine biology and physical oceanography, it's combined. You're not even going to notice that it's two different classes because you can't really talk about a fish unless you understand that there's something about water that buoys it up and something about the salt that's making it have to have a different physiology than you. And so those are going to be fully combined, and projects and sustainability is going to bridge across both of our classes, the geography and the marine science, because that's really integrated in what we're doing here. Because my overall goal for you, oh man, I have so many goals for you. And it really isn't. It really truly isn't, even though part of me has to assess your learning while we're in it. If I run into you in 5 years and you don't know the definition of the word pelagic, I will not cry. But I will cry with joy when you say, I love the ocean so much. I love the people of this planet so much that this is what I'm doing with my life to make it a better place. That's what's happening. And so that projects and sustainability, which we'll address in a little while, kind of branches into there. So it all goes in really deeply. What I want to do, oh look, this picture of Jack. This is 2019. Oh, it was Morgan's birthday soon. Oh, so that's Pomutron, by the way. We were tide pooling at sunset. We all still hang out. What I want to do is just quickly, I posted, or what is called the word published, the Canvas class. If you get a chance to look at it, I'm going to just jump over there for those of you who didn't. So it's right here on that tile. So everybody, does anybody have any questions about how to access Canvas? And so what I'll use this for is a resource for you. So anytime we have, for every single lecture, including today's, what I'll do is I'll post a PDF of any slides I show, which I usually would do it beforehand, but something about this end of summer is not hitting me well. So I'll put them in there for you. So let me show you what that, when you click on that, it's all a little slow right now. Something about the first week of classes and the internet and stuff. Make anything move on the screen. So you can see I have lots of resources in here for you. So support services, DSPS, Title IX, really important resources for you. Remember that you have everybody here. If anything is happening that's not working or that you feel unsafe or threatened, you've got a lot of different people to tap into. If you want to be anonymous about something, we can have notes slid under doors or slide it to somebody else. I put a recording so you can see here under the orientation materials, this page has the recordings of those orientations and it has links to the PDFs. So links are all in there for you. So you can see all of everything we have, and this is just a link to that great folder that you have, that shared folder where all of your resources will live too. So you can also go to that folder because any slides and stuff will go in there as well. So there's one for projects and sustainability and one for marine science. You can see there's not a lot there, but I put the assignments and I'm posting the PDFs of the labs in there as well. So I'm putting things in two places for you, one on Canvas and one in the Google. Excuse me. Some water. I went to a festival this weekend. When I was in Motley, started playing, man, it got so dusty because, oh man. Anybody ever like Molly? What? Ozone Molly? Okay, I'm gonna play you some Ozone Molly later. You won't be able to stay seated though. Yay. Still dust in my lungs. Sorry. So all that's gonna be there, and then the way I've organized it, and if anybody finds this confusing, just let me know. You know, we've got like class information, I have a link to your syllabus. And then I just for lack of better idea, I'm grouping each module by where we are. And so the first one, since we're in Gibran just a few days, we're putting Gibran and Abood part 1 together there. And so you'll see here that there's the assignments coming up, which we'll address. And then under here, any lectures, I'll post, you know, there'll be a page that has a link to lecture slides. Okay, sound good? Is there anything else within Canvas? And I'll also put, I mean, obviously we have WhatsApp. Ranch, we need to work on you getting onto WhatsApp because we're all on it. This is gonna be how we communicate with you every day. That WhatsApp channel is for us for communication for the class. We'll make excuse me, a separate channel for photographs. But this is gonna be the one you've gotta check in on. And if somebody's phone isn't working or something, just help everybody. But I'll also post announcements there. And you'll see that as we go, one of the things that we have to be is flexible. And not the right one, I wanted to go to back to our, let's link to our schedule. We've got this laid out. Laura's gonna add, you know, some of her lecture topics onto that, but I made one master syllabus or whatever we'll call it a schedule because all the syllabus contractual stuff will be in a different document. But I made it, since we're all integrated, it makes more sense just have it on one page and a little more detailed than like a Excel spreadsheet. So it shows you what we're thinking about for each lecture, what some readings might be, what labs we're doing. Like today, we're doing all this lab. And I just wrote introductory lecture for Laura because I didn't know what she was saying. Sometimes we have to change things around. Sometimes, you know, hey, we had this guest speaker, Maura, who's going to come and talk to us about plastic debris. She had to move it a day. So we'll always let you know when that happens, but things like that will happen. It will happen. And so one of our things is just to stay flexible and to stay in tune, because, you know, I'll give you always, like, usually that night we'll send out a WhatsApp, like, here's the plan for tomorrow, 8 a.m, boom, this and that, boom. We'll lay it out there and we'll just keep in tune with that. Does it sound good? It's a little different than a normal classroom situation. Yeah. What?
Just confirming on that document, the dates are not month day, right? They're, or like, is the
syllabus, this one?
Yeah. Or is it?
Today is Thursday, the 29th of August.
Oh, never mind.
Oh, actually, it's the 28th. I'm like, huh? Is it the 28th? Okay, there we go. How's that?
Yeah,
It's a Wednesday too.
And tomorrow's a
Thank
test.
you. See, I mean,
Tomorrow's a
see,
test.
we're already updating it. We're already updating it there. Yeah.
Really?
For our assignments and like homework stuff, is that all gonna be through Canvas?
No, well, not for me. I'm not gonna speak about Laura's. She'll speak to it when she joins us. But like this, the only assignments that you have for marine science, we'll talk about them. We can talk about our first one, Communitas Laut, which means ocean community. That is going to be presented as a group. So you will give me, if you want visuals up, you'll give me some slides or something beforehand so that it's not like, because we're just having this little laptop and stuff situation. So you'll give it to me so that I can project it. But you could submit it there or you can give it directly to me either way. But that way it'll be on there. And one of the things too is within this class, because participation is so important, that is part of your grade, is participating. And there's obviously flexibility. We have moments when some of us might need to lie down for a day. That happens. And that's okay, but that'll be part of it. So you'll see that for all of your labs, you're gonna have 10 points for being there, being present, doing the thing. And then your lab notebook is gonna be the other 10 points for each lab at the times that I go through the notebook. So you'll see that. I'll try to keep the, what do you call it, the grade book updated, just also because it reminds me if somebody missed something. But if there's a day where you're like, I've got Bali belly, I can't take this quiz, that's okay. We can find ways to make it up. We always do. So that'll be fine. But yeah, we're not going to use Canvas like as, you know, it's there for you as a resource where everything sits and it's organized so that it helps you. But we're not having discussions on Canvas or taking tests on Canvas or anything like that.
Would you mind putting the due dates on for the assignments so people use the schedule, we can sort of
Yeah, they're
know?
here.
Okay.
So like, for example, your first assignment is Communitas Laut.
Okay.
That is Wednesday, September 11th. And then if you go to Canvas, you can also see, it should tell you upcoming here. So right there, you see it?
Yes. Thank you.
Telling you it's there.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that to-do list in Canvas should populate with
Okay.
all of the assignments upcoming, so you can look at them. Okay, great. You know, okay, I'm supposed to be there for lab today. Sometimes the due dates are a little funny. And I will warn you one thing about dates. I tried to set, when we were in Bali last time, I tried to set the Canvas to say that I'm on the other side of the world. It just didn't. No, it did not work. No. We'll try it again, but I think like I haven't sat down with the tech people and they were like, well, maybe every single person has to do that setting. And I thought there's no way I can make 28 people do that. So what I'll probably end up doing is translating the timing so that it reads right for you. Like, so, but you know what? I mean, we're all going to be together and talking. So if you have a question, let me know, because that didn't.
That was really confusing.
I was trying. It does, I mean, literally it does have a setting that you can do that, but there it is. So hopefully that's all there. And I've already populated the quizzes in there. So that's just my plan for when we do quizzes. You know, we may need to shift it occasionally and then I'll fix that in there. And the labs, I'm just updating a little bit of languaging on some of the labs. So I'll get those all in there as well. Okay. And some of the labs will jigger around. Okay. Anything else on just the general Canvas? Let's talk about that really quickly. So you guys already have this assignment, the Communitas Laut. This you'll be presenting when we are in our first week in Bali. We'll do it in a booth rather than Jimbaran, just because we have a good space for that in a booth. So I want you to have it done before we leave on the 5th, or mostly done. You know, maybe you find that you're done and you add something because you actually got a chance to snorkel and see that thing or whatever, and you want to put something else in. But this point of this is just to introduce ourselves to our ocean community, because we've introduced ourselves to each other, and the next group that you're going to meet is your Balinese friends, and then you're going to get in the ocean and meet like this amazing world. So that's the point. So I laid out all the part of what you need to include. You know, basically, how do you identify it? How do you find it? You can draw it. You know, I want to see some of that process in your lab notebook. You might make sketches of it, put notes on it, kind of think out what you're gonna say. If you want to have it as a slideshow, awesome. If you want to be like, look, I brought this, I painted this picture of this sea spider and, you know, or whatever. Hey, so hi, you made it. Whatever that is. Okay. So that's great. Is that a breath?
No, I've been here. I thought it was started at once.
Oh. Okay, you gave me an excuse to take a bite of cookie. All right. So are there any questions about that assignment? Yeah.
What would be a good resource to find the taxonomy for those for some of the species?
Did I tell you to do taxonomy? Oh, that's how I did. Nice. You don't have to be all deeply drilled down like Blake would make you do.
Okay.
No. Mostly it's that. I'll have some guidebooks with us. In fact, they're already in Bali because I put them in the suitcase that I sent forward with Laura and Darren. And those give you some, so you can use those guidebooks. You can also you can Google to like Web of Life or ITIS. You know, I can show you some websites about that and try to link them.
So for this project, we don't have to create a slideshow, we just.
If you want to have it as like, something that's big enough that everybody can see. I mean, right now we're like, you can see how big we're gonna have 28 people. So as long as everybody can see and hear, I don't want you being like, hey, in my little tiny notebook, like nobody can see that. Like, so if you want to make a poster board, if you want to make something and pass it out, if you want to make, you can make a brochure. You're like, hey, here's a brochure about my species. If you want to do that, you can totally do that. If you want to come with a costume of your thing. Speaking of, if you have room, just think about the fact that we're going to be there over Halloween. Don't forget that fact. We're trying to plan something good for Halloween. But
Yeah, do they celebrate it? No.
But we do.
Isn't there a big festival?
There's a festival every day of the year.
Yeah, like for a few weeks with GAL.
And masks and mystical and magical is everywhere always. So you might end up having to make a Halloween costume that's very Bali oriented. Keep that in mind. All right. Okay, no questions on Communitas Loud in there? All right, now. Let's do a little talking about the oceans, okay? So. Like I said, it's integrated. These are just kind of some questions that I lead with all the time, and so we'll start today a little bit with looking at the ocean itself and how it's structured and just get an introduction to the zones, just so that we have some basic geography down before we go. And your Communitas Loud is your first, dip into who lives there. Grace, there's room if you want to come join us at the circle. There's a couple, and there's paper and pens too. All right. So, all these questions and more. So this is just my quick slideshow to breeze through like the entirety of the universe in which we are about to dive. Open ocean, plankton, this is in no particular order. Bioluminescence, light in the ocean, more plankton, crazy adaptations to surviving in a world where there's no bottom, there's no walls, there's nowhere to hide. What do you do? How do you get there? How do you move? How does the ocean move you? So all of that. Definitely talk about things you should not touch. So all of these beautiful things in this world. So here's a word for you that I said earlier, the word pelagic. Pelagic means like open ocean, open water. So when I say it's a pelagic organism, I'm referring to like a jellyfish or maybe even our beautiful oceanic manta rays. They're pelagic organisms. A benthic is the other end of it on the bottom. Benthic means on the bottom, but that bottom might be like the edge, right? So benthic could be like the seawall, or it could be a benthic organism. But a benthic organism might jump up and swim, like a flounder or halibut is a benthic fish. It mostly hangs out on the bottom, but it could pop up and swim around a little. It's not, doesn't have to be attached. Okay, so those are a couple of words. So all these beautiful things. Big, you know, so you can also be like capable of swimming. Don't worry, you won't see one of those. Dolphins. That's a beautiful fish. We're gonna go fishing. We're gonna really? Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fun.
it's a whole lab.
We're
gonna have to get up early. We're gonna be on the reefs looking at these benthic organisms, and some organisms that are attached to the bottom are called sessile. Sorry, I can't write. I will be using my iPad as a board when we're together, but it's hard on the Zoom right now since I didn't connect it. But SESSILE, I can type it into the chat too, if that helps. Send it to everybody. Okay, so use your words. Pelagic is one word. Benthic is another word, and sessile is another word. Okay. Words. SESSILE.
Would you mind repeating the benthic organisms? What
Benthic
species?
just means on the bottom.
Okay.
On the substrate.
Okay.
And it doesn't mean deep necessarily, it's just wherever the bottom is.
Okay.
But the bottom can be the sides, like if you think of a swimming pool, I mean, like whatever who's attached to the walls.
Okay.
On that. Yeah, right, just some words. So we're gonna look at the coral reefs, you know, who's the building blocks of it. We're gonna make this go. Look at some of the simplest animals on the planet, like the sponges and the cnidarians, which grow the reefs, and the corals, and then all of these relationships.
What's the definition of sessile again?
Sessile means you're attached. So like an oyster is attached. So it's a benthic sessile organism. A flounder is not sessile. You know, a crab is not sessile. And if you feel like you can't get out of the lawn chair, you're sessile. We'll call you that. All right, so all of the interactions, all of the ecological interactions that make reefs work or not, we'll be talking about those along the way, talking about competition, which is really big in there. We'll look at kind of sort of an estuarine system. We're gonna be not in this kind of estuary, but our mangrove ecosystems. We'll look at the mud, the sandy beach, you know, the birds that live out there or that should live there. They haven't shot them all. The rocky intertidal, who's living in the rocky intertidal? What are the adaptations for that really harsh environment when you're kind of half in, half out of the ocean? You know, all of these beautiful organisms that live in this place. And then of course our sandy beaches, who's living down in there. We'll do a sandy beach lab. We'll go a little bit into the water. Hopefully you'll find that really cool sand crab. That was so cool. I saw one that I had never seen last year. These guys found, you know, and who eats it and why. So there's that world that we're gonna go into. And why that just started over again. Oh, turtles. Turtle lab. So understanding the marine organisms that are using land to breed still, and some of the issues that come up with that. And there aren't any marine mammals, the seals, and sea lions out there, but we remember that they're there. We'll talk a little bit about them. We'll get a chance to do a swim like this into some of the prop roots of the mangroves in Manjangan Island, and then we'll kayak through mangroves on the Mongan Island. So we'll have a beautiful chance to see mangroves. And everything that we talk about is in light of this concept of evolution, which I will introduce to you in a lecture in the near future. So it really anchors in all of those pieces, which is really important. So that's kind of like the breeze through of where we're going in 10 seconds or less. You know, and everything This planet is in trouble. I hate to be the one to have to tell you that. And I hate to have to teach about horrible things happening, but if I don't, we can't do anything about it. Knowledge is power. We have to do something. If you don't know what to do something. Meditate and support it. But we're gonna do everything we can, and you're gonna meet so many people that are doing amazing things to support the planet and their communities. Because it's not just about that. All of this amazing biodiversity that you're gonna see in the ocean, remember that all of the biodiversity of any place like here, in addition to those flowers, those bees, those birds that are out there, those trees, what birthed from that was this one other little branch in the tree of life, us. And you could just imagine like this tree where all of the diversity of life, and then we have this like human culture diversity on top of that. So always think about like, wow, how has this environment shaped me? How is this environment shaping this culture that I'm suddenly going to be immersed in? This beautiful thing to see. So we already did that, the canvas, just to remind myself that. And remembering too that, I mean, I warned you all about this pretty heavily, I think, in your interviews. Like we are going to be not in any traditional classroom spaces. Here's a lab in Chandidasa. We just got out of the water and we threw the plankton up on these microscopes. Here's our beach lab, and so you're seeing that we're doing this all like very much in the field. And really importantly is all of us participating, and also your lab notebooks. That's why they're a little bit structured. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. But you really want to kind of start thinking, and ask why. Ask questions. Science is a questioning thing. And okay, we already talked about Communitas Laut. So your main assignments in my class, that one's your first one. Then you're going to do what's called a creature feature. You will select your topic of that after you've had a chance to hear everybody's thing. It could be, the thing you presented your Communitas Laut on. It could be a thing that somebody else did. It could be a thing that you just like, I already know I'm really into pelicans. Well, there aren't any there to observe, but I wanted something that you can observe. So we'll have a little talk about that. That's going to be your like capstone project, and the bulk of your assessment is pulling in all of these pieces. So we'll get to that more as we go. And you can work alone or with a partner on that one. So you have that choice. And then your projects and sustainability, we'll do a little workshopping about that today later on. And then I decided to do the radical thing of not giving you guys any exams. You're only having quizzes. So I'm giving you 10 quizzes. The last one will be a little thicker. So she's jealous. She's so jealous right now. But see, now this is evidence that I watched what happened and I adapted to some
Meltdown.
Oh.
You guys have no idea.
You can talk about that one later.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Okay. So I want to transition into what science is, because I think it's really important to think about science. And I love this quote by Carl Sagan. Science is a way of thinking much more than it is a body of knowledge. For me, it is far better to grasp the universe as it really is than to persist in delusion, however satisfying and reassuring. So it really truly is a way of thinking. And I think that the really beautiful thing about science is that everybody is a natural scientist. Everybody came into this world. I mean, have you ever met a 2-year-old that didn't be like, why is this pink? Why is your hair red? Why? What? Oh, can I eat this? I don't, like we are all natural, and it's like our exploration, our desire to know and see, and it separates out a little bit too. So there's a couple of things that I just want to really make sure that you all stay clear on. By the way, does anybody know what the word science means in Latin? gonna be a little bit hard to look up because it's a derivation of a word. Let's see if it's in here. Well, I'll do it and you can play with this book later, but it's from a Latin word, sire, which means to know. So it's about gaining knowledge and understanding about like how things work. We really want to understand it. And it really is a process of inquiry. We really want to understand things. And there's ways in which, you know, that doesn't, there's some things, you know, that it's all based on observation. It's all based on evidence. And observation can be, it must be something that somebody else could go observe. So that's where we draw a line between science and say like spirituality and mysticism, is that we can have an experience and that another person can follow the recipe that you went through and have that same experience and see the same thing. Whereas that doesn't often, you know, there's places where it doesn't work. So it's based on like that tangible evidence, and it's an ongoing process. So we're never at the end of science. That's the fun thing about being a scientist. It's like, I could make a discovery and somebody eventually could prove me wrong. That's cool. I'm not offended. I'm like stoked. I inspired you to think? Like, that's cool. So know that that is. And it's really important to know that we're not making moral or aesthetic judgments about things, about the way the world works. We're just saying, no, this is what is. Like, your heart beats this way. I'm not judging that it beats that way. That's how it is. So it's important to think about that. And it's not that we're never out there seeking to prove things, because we as scientists have the humility to know that we can prove nothing. We can provide evidence to what it's not and point towards what it is, but we are seeking to understand it and always have that open mind to bring it in. So that's the kind of a critical thing about it. And really importantly, it's not a belief system. When somebody says, do you believe in climate change? I'm like, no, I know climate change is happening because of this piece of evidence here and here. Believe is not the right word in there. I believe in spirituality, but that's kind of outside of, that's a different realm. So that's why some of the language. So just kind of keep that in mind. So, you know, I want to kind of go through the scientific method. We in the Western world have come up with a way to do science. And I'll share with you some non-Western ways to do it. But it really starts with making an observation. You know, sometimes people say there's 5 steps to it. Some people, there's 6 or 4 or whatever. You can number them if you want, but in my mind, first it's observation. You know, hey, I saw this thing, and I'm using this example of my PhD. Here's my observation. Wow, that coral reef is great, but heck, where the corals don't look so good, and the fish seem to be getting, you know, caught. So I have an observation there. And then when you don't have those fish, then the reef turns to this mucky place. That's an observation. And so then what happens? That was my observation. Oh, if you take away the parrotfish, you get a bunch of algae. It's now like a very common observation, but you know, that's the statement. And then that 2-year-old that is inside your head comes out and says, why? Right? So you get a question arising. And so in your lab notebooks, I want to see it peppered with questions. I love the questioning mind. Challenge yourself to write down questions. You might find that one of the questions you wrote becomes your seminal piece of life work in whatever field you do. It could be, you know, so put it in there. So, you know, here's my questions. Can this fish like help the coral? Because it's not eating the coral, it's eating the algae. And then this is right here, right there at this one point. This is where we jump out of the world of just everyday life and like, oh, I saw that. I wonder why it's that, into actual science. We create what's called a hypothesis. What is the definition of a hypothesis? How does it differ from a question? How do we turn that question into a hypothesis? Yeah, Jackie?
Because it's sort of trying to put the answer into the question, into the question, or an explanation of why you believe the or why you believe what's happening.
Yeah. So now you're actually doing deductive thinking here and you're thinking, can they? Well, that's a kind of a yes, no thing, but maybe part of it is how. And so we're getting into the mechanistics of it. And so it gives you a framework. If I say, wow, I'm observing that the sky is, well, now it's white, not blue. I observed the sky is white today. Hi. I can't test that based on that question. So I have to come up with a possible reason. The sky is white because there's a lot of moisture hanging out in the sky right now. And then I could actually stick a probe up there and test how much fog there is and be like, right, bingo, that was pretty much right. So that gives you some chances to really test it. So a hypothesis has two criteria. One is that it's something that's testable. And that test doesn't have to be in a lab with a lab coat. It could be like I swam around and I looked at this reef versus that. And then it's what we call falsifiable. We never say provable because we can't prove anything definitively, but falsifiable means that we could stick a probe into the sky and say, yes, there's moisture there, or no, there isn't. So if there wasn't, your hypothesis that there's water in the sky would not explain the whiteness of the sky today. Does that make sense? That's a big difference. So, you know, I came up with this hypothesis for my PhD. All guised around the excuse to just dive all the time. I had to watch fishy all day, every day. Okay, so that's your slide to remind you of those facts. Are they cute? And then that allows you to then set up whatever experiment that you need to do. And like I said, an experiment can be something where you're actually monkeying with stuff in the lab or physically manipulating things, or an experiment could be, like in my case, my experiment was, well, yeah, I'm gonna just watch this fish and I'm gonna record how many bites it takes. You know, that's an experiment because I'm taking data. And in your creature features, I want you to have a little bit of time, like collecting little data, not much, but a little bit, you know, it's fun on whatever you're doing. We'll talk about that as we go. You can do experiments. I won't go into that at a time, but you know, then you might come up with a bunch of numbers and you're like, you know, and then, you know, you can throw some numbers at, and that's the part about science where that might look boring in a scientific paper or something if you see these graphs and figures and numbers and your eyes cross, but it's actually really fun. And those of us who are scientists are super geeky about it. I cannot tell you the excitement I had when I was doing a master's degree and I like went out and swam and counted fish and I put them into the computer and I made a graph and the graph showed what I thought. And I just thought that was the most beautiful thing. I mean, okay, that's a geek. But then I can be like, well, okay, this reef, it looks like the fish are eating a lot. And this reef, they're not eating very much. And lo and behold, oh, I did see a difference between those reefs. So that's where you get to think about it.
Do we have any like underwater writing?
I brought them. You did?
Yeah, not
good. Okay.
in my
I meant
car.
to tell you to bring them. Oh, they're here on campus.
Yeah, I can go grab them.
Okay, she can show you what you're gonna be writing with, because I was like gonna grab them and then also I was gonna bring you your hand lenses, but I put them in the bag with Laura, so I had some party favors, but we'll get them. So this is the thing. Then you look at all those numbers and you think about it and you think, well, does my hypothesis get supported or rejected? And sometimes when this has happened to me, like my postdoc, my hypothesis fell apart and my data was like totally not telling me anything. And it was kind of a depressing moment in my life. Like, oh my God, I just worked for 3 years and this, oh, what am I gonna do? But then you have to remember that that's not failure. And I mean, I really love these two quotes. I'm sure you've seen them more than once in your life, but I love the Thomas Edison one. I've not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways in which it doesn't work. Like, that doesn't describe my life, right? And then, you know, of course, our wonderful Michael Jordan, I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I have failed over and over again in my life. Having some really accomplished people remind you that failure happens. I mean, this is in the context of science here, it helps us remember that even if you like, okay, whatever, you took a quiz, you bombed it, It's not the end of the world. Here we are to try again. Oh, I said something about Lana's hair and she got mad at me. Hey, it's not the end of the world. I failed to say it in a way which, worked well for her. And so now we can have a conversation. So that's what it's about. And science does this. It's like this iterative loop. Is there a question in the chat? I see something. The end of my lunch break. Okay, bye, Jeff. And if you're not there. Okay. So I'll have to make this go again. Come on. Okay, I love this graphic because it shows you this spinning wheel. So this kind of puts all those things together, and it's kind of a constant flow, of ways. When I got that negative result for my, my hypothesis didn't work for one of my projects, it forced me to think and go back in and be like, well, how can I refine a hypothesis and try something new? And you keep trying. So that's the fun of science. I won't put you on that spinning wheel, but I want you to understand how it works. Okay. We'll take another break soon. I just wanted to show you, there's so many different ways to make observations, and just to remind you that in addition to directly looking at stuff or put cameras on organisms, we won't do that. There's all sorts of amazing technology to actually put eyeballs on it. But we also have a lot of incredible remote sensing ability now. We have a lot of satellites that are telling us about our oceans right now in real time, and buoys and ROVs. But the piece that I really want you to keep in mind is like that first part about science, is that curiosity and that observation. And that's why you have your lab notebooks, to capture your observation. That's really important. And I have a cute link. I'll just share it with you later. But I found this quote in Moby Dick, Herman Melville. I'm sure some of you have read Moby Dick, maybe. I have a cool personal connect story to tell you about that someday. But I love that meditation and water are wedded forever. Partly just to remind us that, in this class, we're always going to have time to just like reconnect. But also to remind us that when we think about science and the way that I just shared you, the Western way of science, this is just a moment to stop and remember that there are also indigenous ways of knowing. And I do a lot of work with that in the West Pacific, and it's a really different thing. And I want you to kind of keep that, and when we think about that respect word, think about the fact, and I'm going to task you to do this, to integrate within your various projects, is to really know, like, if you're gonna be with somebody who has been in this ecosystem their whole life, they're gonna have knowledge about it that might not come from a book or a school. They might pull it in differently. And some of those indigenous ways of knowing or seeing the world are very different from ours. We have a very binary world that in our society, we've been raised in. It's right or wrong, it's good or bad. And there's a whole spectrum in between that. And my favorite piece of indigenous knowledge that really like rocked my world was this idea of an individual versus a community. And coral is the most amazing example. They are individuals, yet they're a colony. They're an individual, yet they could be a separate body and be the exact same individual. How, so that blurred line between yes and yes, I am an individual, and yes, I am a part of a community. So that yes and is a really nice, maybe we could put that in our community agreements, to do the yes and. It's a really fun thing. And so that line between black and white, and I mean, this is what's really good that's happening in our society, is we're starting to push away from binary systems, especially when we talk about gender identity, and we can, really say, yeah, I'm yes and I'm all the things in between. So keep in mind that there's a lot of a deeper, bigger world about there when we start talking about science and incorporating some of that in there. Any questions on this stuff? Need a break. You stretch break. Music break, should I bring up some music? I'm going to pause why don't we take 5 minutes? And if only we can find the button that allows me to pause recording. Button. Come on, there we go. Pause recording. I'm gonna do. Okay.
It's really great energy.
We all back?
Okay.
I say we should. Let's come back to the science and zones that we have outside. We got mostly everybody.
I think some people are outside.
Everybody good on Zoom land?
Did they move?
I do have
They were.
my best friend and I involved.
Oh, that's super sick.
We're on a
Been
really
before.
cool. We didn't travel the way that I want.
All right.
Wait, so we just went to like like a big like island. Yeah. very-
Okay, we're gonna come back to a little bit of marine science.
Could be around like served us all American.
Okay.
Everyone going on the air.
Right. Okay, let's come back to marine science for another 15-20 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Ocean geography.
She's obsessed.
Oh,
I spent the night last night.
okay.
Do you need a place to stay tonight?
One world, one heart, one ocean. It's real. Okay, here's the thing. We'll get into a little bit more about what the heck our planet is. There's the other cooler. Oh. Over there. But one of the things that you should know is that our planet has this kind of solid core, then there's this molten area of our planet, and then we have this really thin crust on top of the outer surface of our planet. And there's 2 different types of crust that we have. We have this granitic crust, which becomes our land, and a heavier basaltic layer, which is the sea floor. So we have this heavier rock that's on the surface of the planet, and it sits lower. And so we have this. There's some other stuff about in this graphic that you don't need to worry about the details, but it's interesting to think about the fact that we have these ocean basins versus our land area. And so when you look at our planet, you know, a lot of people say if you look at it, it's kind of like a baseball, that the crust is broken up into these big chunks. And so there's different tectonic plates, and I'll go over in a little bit more what that means. But as you may or may not know, these plates are moving because we have this molten core. The crust of the earth, I mean, it feels like solid ground to you, but it's actually kind of floating around and being pushed. And so you can see these arrows are kind of going this different ways. And so here we are on the edge of the North American
Are
plate.
you sharing a screen?
Oh, it should be. Okay, hey. Did I stop? Okay, thanks for elevating that I am not screen sharing. Let's share screen. Where's the little button? Oh, hate. One of my favorites. Where's the little? I got it missing my little bar that I don't know what I was doing. Where is it? Oh, Zoom. Where's the little script? Hang on. Boy.
Do you have the view?
Just a minute to get comfortable.
It was on the bottom shelf.
Give me a big paper.
I know, it was on the bottom and it's like this little, oh.
Thank you.
Modify.
Isn't it right there, the share screen, the
I
one
know.
that
Like eating.
Oh, yeah. Can you?
Oh, there it is, yeah, right there.
Quietly.
Okay, how's that? Sorry, thanks for telling me. I thought I had already pushed that button again.
Great.
Can you all see it?
Yes.
The Earth's tectonic plates. Okay, so there we were moving around. And, oh, if I use this, then you can see it, everybody can see it. Okay, so here's my little, so you can see these plates are moving. And where we are, we have this great Pacific plate and it's crashing in and you can see this. So there's a lot of volatility, which can explain a lot of the volcanic activity that you will see in Bali when you go out there. But what I want to do now is really like get into just the basic geography of our oceans, just to have the lay of the land, or not land, as the case may be. All right, so we're going to go in there. And this is where I'd love to just draw it out, but sorry, I just didn't have time to get the iPad set up on this. But these are the different zones of the thing. When you think about just the geography of it. So first, what we're seeing, we step off land. When you're just out there, like if you go out on Ledbetter and you walk into the water, you're standing on what's called the continental shelf. And we'll look a little bit at what that is. And then that shelf at some point starts to go downhill. Here in California, it starts to go downhill really fast. You don't have to travel very far in a boat to get to really deep water, but you do if you're on the East Coast. I'll show you that. And it slopes down. That's called the continental slope. And there's often a little pile of sediment that slides down the bottom. They call that the rise. And then the abyssal plain. So those are some zones. Let me just go through each of those with a little bit more detail for you. So the shelf is basically where all the life on the planet is. Like this is where you get so much of your life. Right. So you can see here in this little graphic, we've got land and then this water is here. So that whole area is the continental shelf. So that's pretty much what you've ever experienced. And probably most humans in their life will never see anything not on the continental shelf with their very own eyes. If you do, it might be the last thing you see. Right, but this is the cool thing about the shelves is that it varies. And so these are some really cool topographic maps. So I tried to pull one out of us here, and you can see here's Catalina Island, here's Santa Barbara, Santa Cruz Island. Our continental shelf is really narrow. So you can see that like even in the Gulf of Mexico here, see how narrow that shelf is. But if you go over here and you look at up in the Atlantic, you can see it's really wide. So what happens here is that you can have some really big differences. So in the Atlantic, these are traditionally really good productive fishing grounds because it stays shallow for a really, really long time, relatively shallow, 600 meters, not that deep. So that's what we're looking at. The continental shelf never gets deeper than around 600 meters or so. It's 1,200 feet until you get off. Just you don't have to memorize that. But you can see here in the Pacific, we don't really have much of a shelf. We have a really steep slope, and then we often have trenches around this margin. And a trench is because we have two plates, and one of them is hitting the other, and what happens is you get one diving under. And whenever you have that diving under, you get a trench, deep water, and you also tend to get more earthquakes. That's why we have earthquakes in California, but you don't get as many earthquakes, say, in DC, where I grew up, because you just have this wide, gentle slope, and there's not a trench there. The plates are not going in that opposing or coming together. Does that make sense? Just a little variation there. It's kind of cool. And just to show you some, like really narrow, we can see the South American Pacific only has 1 kilometer. So it's a couple miles wide, not very long. And the widest is around Siberia. So you can really see this huge, so you can see that lighter blue in this picture, that's all continental shelf area. So relatively shallow water, 100 meters. And you can have like a really abrupt transition. It's really cool if you're in a boat and you go offshore, like way offshore. Has anybody ever done that? Like left the continental shelf? What did you observe? Like the continental shelf, like way offshore. Here, not so far away, but. So the thing is that you notice, it's such a cool thing because you're out there, you're like looking down, it's like, oh, the water's a little murky, it's a little green, blah. And then you get past the shelf and it's like the deepest blue you can believe. Clear, deep blue water. It's pretty rad. So that can happen really, really abruptly. So you can see like how off the coast of LA, it's pretty steep. So you can see that breaking off. It's cool, a little cool geography there. It's around 200 meters. Sorry, I said 600 before and I was meaning 600 feet. So just the slope then as we go down, you can see, from this, these are soundings and they color code it. You can see it can be kind of stepped or ridged depending on past, tells you a lot about the past sea level. So the slope, you always see the slope at the edges of our continents. They're not a really big part of the sea floor, it's a really minor part of the sea floor because it's relatively steep and short. And then they bottom out somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 meters. So I'm trying to translate for you, but just so you know, probably good thing to put in your brain is that 1 meter equals 3.3 feet, FYI. So this, from the tip of this shoulder to the tip of this finger is exactly a meter. I'm like super metric. So that's what a meter looks like. But, so we often in science talk in meters or Celsius, but that's 10,000 feet, so pretty deep. And then, this is actually a really important place and there's some really cool stuff. If you get into physical oceanography, you'll see that it's a really important place for sediments to transport nutrients to transport into the deep sea. It's pretty cool. There's a lot going on there that I'm blurring over. So then we get to, and those percentages aren't that important. Now we get to this abyssal plain area. So the abyssal plain is the majority of the seafloor. You can see back in that slide, it's like 50% of the seafloor is what we call the abyssal plain. Even though to us it looks so big where we are swimming around in these reefs and in these kelp forests. And it's mostly around 3,000 to 6,000 meters deep. So you're talking, 20,000 feet, 25,000 feet. And for the most part, most of the ocean is what we call soft sediment. When I say soft sediment, I don't mean it's not like sand, which is abrasive, but sand would be considered a soft sediment. It means that if you stepped in it, you'd sink in. It means sand, silt, mud. So this is just, you can see this kind of muddy bottom of the seafloor, and any hard rock substrate is pretty rare in the ocean. And that's why whenever you get to somewhere where you have a reef or a pier, the pilings, that's where a lot of life aggregates around because it's solid. So we'll talk about that more. And you might have little interruptions in that seafloor. So there's things called sea mounts, which are self-explanatory. They're mountains underwater that are isolated. And you also have these ones that are topped because they were these volcanoes that erupted and blew off their tops, and they're eventually sinking down. So that crust is sinking down. And so you can have these little plateaus underwater as well. So there's amazing mountains underwater that are there. So those are called goyots. We don't see them a lot because the Pacific has a lot of the volcanic activity. So you don't tend to see those so much in the Atlantic or in the polar oceans. And then, so you can see those in this picture, but then you also see this ridge right here. This is called a mid-ocean ridge. The tallest mountains on the planet are underwater. They're part of the mid-ocean ridge. Amazing mountain system. And this is where there is a ton of volcanic activity. And this is where new Earth is erupting out and the sea floor is pushing. So the Atlantic is getting bigger because there's a really big mid-ocean ridge and the volcanoes are pressing new lava down. It's becoming sea floor and it's going like that and pressing out. So the Atlantic is going to get bigger and bigger. The Pacific is getting smaller and smaller. So this is a very dynamic planet we live on. Yeah, cool. So there's some pictures of where the mid-ocean ridges are. So those are in those red lines, and you can see where the trenches are based on how those plates are dipping down major trenches. So let's go and talk about some of these trenches. Right, yeah, that was my picture of the fault line. So we're gonna be over here in this part of it, we're gonna be right here. And we're gonna be near a trench, a couple trenches. There's the Mariana and the Java is over here. So trenches are, you know, we have this deepest trench, and where I work in the Pacific, when I do my nonprofit work, is right here, right next to that. The closest landmass to the deepest part of the planet, pretty darn deep. And in the Atlantic, we have a deep trench as well. We have the Puerto Rico trench, but you can see this is only 28,000 feet, whereas this one is 36,000 feet. So there's a difference. So there's a bunch of trenches around the world. I'm just highlighting a couple of them for you. So you can kind of see, and what's nice about this graphic too, is that you can see the Caribbean plate, and you can see how the North American plate is coming in and getting pushed down. And so you see that trench getting created right there. Deep water. And this is where my dad's from, right there. All right. So we have this beautiful ocean planet. And we have how many oceans?
7.
Trick question, I know, it's a tricky one. What are they? Let's list the oceans.
Mediterranean, Arctic.
The Mediterranean is a sea.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's important. So one of the things it's like a bit of an annoying, but the difference between an ocean and a sea, people say, well, a sea or a bay is bounded by land, but then you look at that and you're like, well, I mean, that's kind of a funny definition, but we have our oceans. So this, I guess I'll do this online here. This is which ocean? Atlantic. And over here is Pacific. Okay, so we have those two, and both of them cross the equator. So we divide them into two because they do act kind of differently on North and South. So we have the North Atlantic, the North Pacific. We're in the North Pacific, and then the South Pacific and the South Atlantic. So that kind of breaks it into 4 oceans. And we're gonna go from the North Pacific Ocean where we are right now to the South Pacific Ocean. We're gonna go right just below the equator, Bali. And then what's this one? That's the Indian Ocean, and you can see it's only, you know, it's only in the southern hemisphere for the most part, with those little pockets. And because there's land in the way, so there's no northern, southern Indian Ocean. And so that's why also there's a lot of communication through here. We'll talk about the oceanography of this part of the world. We often call this part of the world the Indo-Pacific because those two oceans talk to each other all the time. And then we've got this, which we call the Southern Ocean or the Antarctic Ocean. So we have the Pacific, the Atlantic, the Indian all feeding into it, but it really behaves differently. There's one cool fun fact about this ocean, which you might be able to tell me from just looking at this flattened picture of the planet. It does something that no other ocean can do. It goes what?
All the way around.
It goes around the world, all the way. It circles the world, unobstructed. And then the Arctic Ocean is up here, right? So we've got those 2 different polar oceans and our other ones. So those are our major oceans. All right, so here, these are a few things just to kind of get some zoning into our heads. So you know that our Earth is this globe. And so near the equator, you're gonna soon find out it's pretty close to the sun. You know, the globe is fat, and so it's literally closer to the sun, as well as getting more direct rays from the sun. So we have this zone around the middle of our Earth, which is, I really apologize, I promise you I'll be drawing all this up. It's hard for me to talk and not draw, but this is what we call the tropical zone. We have 3 zones: tropics, temperate, and polar zones. And does everybody know what a line of latitude means? Latitude is those horizontal lines around the planet. We just divide the planet up to make sense. The equator is what latitude? 0, correct. And then we can go north, 10, 20, 30, up to 90, or we can go south, 10, 20, 30. Okay, so right now, our latitude is like what, 34? 4? I know I should know this up. I always mess up. 32?
32.
Quick, we can find it. It's on your apps. we're 32 north, and then there's a 32 south. All right, so just to know that. So when we hit the 30 degrees latitude north and south, there's some cool stuff that happens with our atmosphere that makes those relevant. And that also is where the planet starts to curve in again. That's the boundary of the tropical zone. So we're right above the tropical zone here. And then you can see, so there's only one tropical zone, but then between 30 and 60 degrees is what we call the temperate zone. We're in the temperate zone here. All right, so you have temperate zone in the north and south, and then polar in the north and south. 60 to 90 is polar, whether you're there. So we can structure the ocean just based on sea surface temperature alone. This is sea surface temperature. Once you go down 200 meters, 500 meters, it's all the same temperature, which is cool. Very cool. I was going to say a word that I edited out of our lexicon, okay? So those are just pictures to remind you of our oceans. And there's that southern ocean, so you can see it from that polar view of the bottom of the planet. And this has those latitudes on it so that you can see. So that's kind of our average sea surface temperatures. So where an organism lives, it's in the shallow oceans is going to be very different depending on what latitude they're at, very strongly. You'll see that. So just some more vocabulary. So here we have now our continental shelf. And just to remind you that the benthic zone is all, starting from the first footstep you have down, goes all the way across. So you can also characterize the ocean. We characterized it just now kind of on a horizontal level by light. By temperature, but we can do it by light. And so light can only penetrate into the water so deeply before it gets dissipated. So we call that surface layer of the ocean, whether you're near shore or in the middle of the ocean, only down to about 1,000 meters. That's called the photic zone. Photic means light. And that's where we're going to spend most of our time in this class, is the photic zone. And we'll talk a little bit about the aphotic zone. You can see in this graphic that the pelagic zone is just this whole water column. So again, pelagic is the whole kind of water column, whether you're shallow or deep, and benthic is the bottom, whether you're shallow or deep. Does that make sense? Those little words in there? And then here on this kind of horizontal level going from shore, we go from the intertidal. So remember the ocean, we'll talk a lot about tides at some point. The tides rise and fall. At that maximum height that the sea would rise, you have, that's what we call the intertidal. And then there's going to be a distance down. It'll go around here, -2 feet. So average sea level, we call 0 foot elevation. And so here we can get a tide as high as 6 or 7 feet and as low as -2 feet. That's what we call the intertidal zone. That intertidal zone, once you get deeper than 2 feet in the ocean, you're in subtidal, not intertidal. So then you're in the true ocean. All across the continental shelf, no matter how wide the continental shelf is, this is what we call the neritic zone. It just is the place where there's lots of nutrients and stuff. And then once you get to the edge of the continental shelf and you get to that break, and now you're over deep water, oceanic zone. So remember when I said, hey, when I'm on this boat and I took the boat and I left shore and I was over a little murky water and then suddenly it was blue water, that's the oceanic zone. So it's just really different ecologically, because imagine what would be, why is it so blue?
Reflecting the sky.
Reflecting the sky, but what else? Why is the water here kind of green, murky all the time?
Due to all of the algae and it also is red because of the algae blooms.
Yeah, there's a lot more. And what allows the algae to bloom?
The sun.
Sunlight and what else? Upwelling, which is bringing what?
Nutrients.
Nutrients, right? Plants need nutrients to grow. They need sunlight, but they need nutrients, right? And so there's a lot of plant life, microscopic plant life, in this neritic zone, but you don't really get, and because that's coming not only from stuff that's getting churned back up and recycled from the bottom, but also from shore, right? So you have runoff and rains and it's carrying river sediment or whatever into the ocean. So the neritic zone is a very different world than the oceanic zone. Out in the middle of the ocean, you don't get a lot of fish. You don't tend to go fishing way out there. So this is just kind of a graphic going deep. Again, like I said, this one's a little hard to see, but we have these three layers. You have, you know, the photic zone and the aphotic zone. So it's the sunlight area of the world and the dark ocean. And as we start to lose sunlight, once we get down to about 200 meters, which is about 700 feet deep, there's still some sunlight penetrating, but it's not enough for photosynthesis to occur. We call that the twilight zone. This NOAA graph says dysphotic. I have never used that word, and I've never heard any other marine biologist use that word. It's a kind of, it sounds like a disease, but you know, we call it the twilight zone. And then you get into the aphotic midnight zone. Okay, so that's just the depths of the ocean. So basically the sunlit level of the ocean where you can have photosynthesis, where most of the life is, never gets deeper than about 200 meters. That's not a lot. You know, I mean, if you think about the depth of the ocean, that's a thin layer on top. That's like the, you know, your apple skin. So now we have these three kinds of creatures that I want to define. So we already talked about benthic organisms, and we defined that things that are attached to the bottom, like an anemone or a coral or a sponge. What was that word we used for it?
Sessile.
Sessile, yeah. Sessile or sessile, however you want to say it. And then, you know, there are some unattached ones, like that little ray there. So those are benthic organisms. We're studying the benthic zone. When you're on the reef, you're going to be looking at the benthic zone, but then sometimes you're going to get up and see pelagic creatures kind of swimming by, like turtles and bigger fish, stuff like that. There's a difference between two different types of organisms, whether you can swim against a current or not. So the word plankton means in Greek wanderer. And it's given that name because even though they might have some swimming ability, like a jellyfish can move its body and swim, but it cannot swim against a current at all. So it can move around, it can buoy, they might be able to like basically tread water so that they don't sink as fast, but they're called plankton. If you can swim, you're called nekton. All right, you could swim against a current, just like remember. So it's all based on your control over where you are in the water world. So that those two words. So in the pelagic zone, I can be a pelagic organism and I can either be planktonic organism or nektonic organism. Does that make sense? But I'm still up in the water column. Is that clear? Those are just basic vocabulary just to get it out of the way. Any questions on that? Basic geography. Okay. All right. And we're not going to go there yet. We are going to, what I want to do before we go to projects and sustainability is talk a little bit about our lab notebooks. And maybe I'll just, I'm doing full screen. So that's, I wanted to give you, we're going to go through a few things with our labs notebooks. So leaving the lecture stuff behind and moving to like what I expect from your lab notebooks. Sound good? Transition in our day of lots of things. We'll take another break soon. In your Canvas here, clip this field notebook guidelines thing for you. And so this PDF, So I put them as PDFs there too. If anybody wants to print stuff out. Oh, I didn't. The date is wrong, but it's all the same. Okay. So there's a few things about this. So the bottom line is your lab notebook is going to be like 50% of your grade in this class. Like you're going to earn points by being curious and engaged. It doesn't matter if you're not a good drawer. You're going to laugh if you see some of my drawings. You know, it's okay. It's not about your quality, but I'm going to do a little exercise with you as our first lab to help you learn how to draw. But before we do that, we'll take a little short break before we do that. But I just want to go over the construct of your lab notebook. So one of the first things that's really, really important, put your name on the front cover of your lab notebook, please. Put your full name. Whatever you need to do, just make sure that if it gets left behind, which it will, it happens, we know whose room to bring it to. All right. And you know, you might even want to put a little note, you know, your lab notebook or something. But the other thing that I want you to do is when you begin this, yeah.
Wait, lab notebook, like line paper, or are we doing the manual?
That's, I'm using the word lab notebook and field notebook, lab manual, whatever you want to call it, all those words mean the same.
Okay, but the one that's blank or the one that's not?
The blank. So you have your
Blank.
lecture notebook, which can look like whatever you want it to look like, whatever works
That one
for
doesn't
you.
matter.
This one, like this amazing sketchbook, you know, that, whatever, those with blank pages, a little thicker paper, because you might want to use watercolors.
Yeah.
That's your lab notebook or field notebook, whatever words make more sense. It's going to be both and all, okay? And it can include all sorts of things, but do this. That first page, you know, you can open it up. I mean, I'm not using one as an example here. I forgot to bring mine, but just write table of contents on that first page, and then you'll eventually populate it with your table of contents. So just let that first page, or if you have a small one, maybe two, you know.
You just get two if they're this small.
Yeah, maybe take 2 pages.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm saying like, should we get two?
No, that'll be
This
plenty.
is,
That'll be plenty number of numbers.
Okay.
I mean, pages, I think, unless you draw really big. But, yeah, I don't know why this is the worst notebook to be using, showing. I had mine sitting there next to the copy that I didn't bring. Okay. Every single lab that you do, or your own personal excursion that you do, like, hey, I went for a night snorkel, whatever you do and record in there, you have to have a header. Let me make this bigger.
And that's in these explanations,
Right
right?
here, see that? Look, field notebooks, okay? Header. The header says lab 1. You know, you can even start your header now for the lab that we're gonna do today. On page 2 of your notebook. Lab 1, okay? Where am I? SBCC. What's the date? It's actually the 28th of August, as we figured out. And put the year 2024, because trust me, you might actually keep this forever. I still have my field notebooks from when I was an undergrad, and one of them actually had information in it that helped my friend finish their PhD because I had the date in it. Don't just put Tuesday, don't just put August 1st, put the year too. And for some of this, the time of day is gonna really matter. So just get in the habit of just putting that information, all right? And then it's really nice to just have like the purpose of it. So this is your purpose today is gonna be lab 1, lab notebook introduction, or whatever you want to call it, drawing exercise, okay? This one won't necessarily, you don't have to do a site interview here today, but in most of them, you will be doing this, where you're just describing it, all right? And this is where I'm just encouraging you to use your observation, and that might be really, really important, okay? So I'm giving you some kind of guiding tips about that. Sometimes it is really helpful if you talk about the weather too. You know, hey, we are out fishing today and it was raining. That might really matter in what we catch or not catch, right? Or see. So just basic, you know, hey, today we went on this snorkel, we got in a boat and we went to this island called Manjangan and we went around to the south side of it. Oh, Like, can you not wait?
I just found.
No, I know, I felt the same thing inside, okay, so all of that cool stuff. All right, you know, and then there's the like, what did you do? What did you see? For every lab I'm posting, it's just like a little one pager on like 1 or 2 pages on main objectives and a guidance of what I want you to, for sure at a minimum, see and do. You don't have to necessarily be linear, that's okay, but try to address those. I'll be looking for that. That helps guide you. And, you know, this is where I want you to include some drawings.
Are you still adding those, or you already have those layouts for the term?
I've posted 3 of them.
Okay.
Or maybe 4. I'm just doing a little editing on a few of them. So they're there. I'll make sure that they're all in your folder before we leave. So if you want to print all of them up, you could do that. By the way, if you want to print anything like all those, you get, I think, 10 pages of free printing at the Learning Resource Center. So if you want to print some of that information to take with you, some people like printed stuff, some people are fine with it digitally, whatever you want to do. That's why I didn't print it for everyone. But this is where you're going to be doing all this observation. So we'll do an exercise with that in a bit. And also, this is where you, you know, include like your impressions of things. Oh God, I was brought to tears when I saw that mola mola. It was just so magnificent, because even in that emotional response, there's something else in there that's an observation. It was so magnificent because it was big. It was bigger than me, you know, whatever, you know, so just let yourself go with it. You know, it'll feel maybe a little journaly, but that's okay. And, you know, just be sure that you understand the difference between like, I saw the mola mola open its mouth versus like, well, I feel like it was eating, maybe it was, you know, like be really clear in your languaging. Like I observed it open its mouth and a thing go into it versus it was opening and closing its mouth. And then you could be like, huh, was that eating, or was that breathing, or was that trying to speak to me? I don't know, you know, like put those questions in. And always. And then, you know, I try to, for field journals, we have this kind of rule of thumb where you don't erase anything, because sometimes you'll do something. I don't want to be like, you know, never erase anything. Sometimes I draw a line. I'm like, oh, wait, no, his head went that way, you know, and I erase it if I'm using a pencil. But if you have an observation, you're like, it was green. Wait, no, it was blue. Instead of erasing green, just put a line through that and then be like, actually, it was more blue, because that first thing that you thought actually might be important. And if you erase it, you lost it. So we tend to challenge ourselves to just kind of draw a line through it. And then this section is those questions, you know, where I might have on the lab guiding sheet some questions. And what I'll do for all of those labs in the assignment, let me just flick over really quick to, I'll get off this topic, but I'll show you in Canvas. Each lab, I'll have a PDF that you could print out, but I'll also have a, what do you call it? In the assignment itself, I'll copy and paste the same information. So if you don't want to, if you just want to go to Canvas, it just gives you multiple places to see the same information. All right. And then you are for sure going to want to spend some time hanging out with each other in the evenings with your boxes of papers and pencils and things, and fill it out even more, because a lot of the labs we're going to we're going to go out, we're going to go on a boat, we're going to be in the water. You're not going to bring your lab notebook on the boat with you. You're going to come back to it that night and do that. You'll have these slates that you can carry underwater to make some notes. A lot of people have cameras, so you can use those, but then it's going to be kind of a thing that you're doing at the end of the day where you're going back and you're writing through it. And you want to stay on that and do it, you know, within the same day of the lab, ideally, or maybe the next morning, but don't wait any longer. Like, I don't want to see anybody on the last 3 days filling out their entire lab notebook. That not only is, it's disingenuous because you can't remember things accurately. And that's why you'll see in your assignments, I'm going to check the lab notebooks. I'll do an informal check, you know, anytime, even after the first lab, not this one, but the, you know, our first water lab. I'll look at it if you want me to look at it, but I'm going to grade them partway through. That way it keeps you on task to not keep that, because that's really important. All right. And one thing that's totally legit is that you might have your little dive slate And so you can copy like, okay, this is what I observed in the field. And then later on, maybe a few days later, I read this thing in this book about, oh, that fish I saw, you can add that in. So some techniques for that are, I'll show you here, you know, how to clarify that. I like to leave another page. I like to always start a lab on a new page, a lab or an observation day, just on a new page. And then I like to leave at least a half page or another page, just in case I want to come back to it and add to it. It might be that you were sitting here talking and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, Ashley, you wrote about those, you know, birds that were dipping into the water. I totally forgot about that. I want to add it in. So you want room to add things in. And let me just show you. I'll just zip down to showing what it's so weird. There it is. Okay, here is an actual page out of a student's lab notebook. You know, this was a lab and this was the observation part. I mean, using color, that's why having some colored pencils or pens, whatever you want to bring, you can see that this person drew what they saw in the water, and then they made even like a little like, wow, you know, that little thing there. I'm zooming up. This was a filefish. You know, we brought it back. We looked at it on the microscope. You know, here's what it looked like. And there's some questions like, oh, is it that? You know, there's like a tail. Maybe that's way, you know, and then they have some, you know, other things that they collected. They have some questions down there, you know, or just like thoughts like, wow, I didn't really see any, I thought there was gonna be styrofoam, but I didn't see a lot. Like, huh, why is that? You know, so however you want to structure it is totally fine. You know, I don't mind if you end up, you know, writing sideways or throwing in some more pictures along the way. That's totally fine. A more, you know, some of them, this is an example of a one from like locally where you might have data on one side. Sometimes what I like to do in my lab notebook, if I have a book big enough, is like if it's a smaller one like this size, I'll put all of my observations that I have in the field there. And then anything that I go back and like read about or add to information, I'll put on this side. Or if it's a big notebook like this one, you know, I might just like leave a lot of space around that fish or that thing that I drew so that I could go back and write a few notes. Like, oh, I looked in the book and I discovered it was this. And it actually says that it always hangs out with this other kind of fish, but I didn't see that. Whatever you want to write, okay? So this is a very creative space for you to put in, and it's fun because drawing is fun. Okay. Any questions about those parameters? Thank you. You won't be perfect at first, and that's okay. It's not about perfection. It's about recording your thoughts. So.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know if you already answered this, but how many total entries are we gonna have?
Well, we have, let's take a look at our little syllabus. We have 15 labs. So if you go down there, we have 15 labs total, but you also are going to be including your notes for your project and creature feature in there. And some of the labs are in kind of two parts, just in case we don't see mantas on day one. We'll go out again, or maybe we see them both times. So you might have a lab that you kind of come back to. Does that make sense? Are you asking how many pages you need in your notebook?
I just wanted to kind of get an idea of like how much time we should like spend on each one, whether we should do like really like detailed drawings and stuff or.
Well, you just saw that example of one. Like this was, I gave this one, I already closed it, but that picture that I just showed of that person's lab notebook, that was gorgeous. That was awesome. I mean, obviously that wasn't the whole lab. They had the header information and then they had some thoughts and questions there. But like, that's an example of, obviously I showed it to you because I thought it was great. You should have brought yours. Should have told you to bring yours. All right. But like I said, everybody's is going to look different and that's what I love, you know? So yeah, I want it to be a good, thoughtful space. This is more than just like, there were 20 fish in the water. Because there'll always be more than 20. All right. Before we do this little exercise, we're going to take just a few minutes break, not many, just like 4 minutes. And then we're going to do a drawing exercise. Okay. So, I'll pause the recording because that's boring. Pause the recording. Pause recording. Great. Everybody online, one thing I forgot to mention to you guys is that can you grab something that's nearby or easily, whether it's pick a leaf off of a plant that you have, or you know, a part of your sandwich or your yummy chocolate chip cookie. It doesn't really matter what it is, but big enough. And we have some plants here. So everybody come up here and grab a little plant, or you could use a strawberry.
Capture the essence of this.
There's ants.
Yeah.
This one, which one?
Because that's
Lab notebook.
bag.
And something to look at, okay? So this exercise that we're gonna go through for our first lab is just an introduction to how to draw. Because it's not necessarily innate for everybody. Does everybody have something? Everybody online have something to monkey with? And forgive me, I really meant to bring your magnifiers that you're gonna be using, but everybody's gonna be issued a magnifying glass during this study abroad program and your little dive slate. And it's just really nice to have the capacity to see things. I know, it's so fun. Okay, so this is adapted from, there's a really great naturalist, John Muir Laws, who's done some really good books on how to create scientific journals. Really lovely work. So this is done by him. And some really good kind of thoughts. All right. So one of the things I think, I love this slide because it really shows us that we often have an idea of what something is. You know, my sister and I used to play this game in the car when we would drive places for a long time, and it would be, we had to find like a tree. And what we meant by that was like the kind of tree that you drew as a kid that went like this, and then there was like a circular foliage on it, right? So we have this image of like, oh my God, it's a tree, right? I mean, there's thousands of trees on the East Coast, but you look at that and you think, okay, pine tree, and your brain wants to make like a Christmas tree, but that's not what it looks like. So force yourself to really challenge yourself. And the beauty of having to draw things is it forces you to look. And to look at them. And so as you're drawing it, even if it's the simplest stick figure, you're going, oh, wait, there's a spike on its head, and you drew the spike, and then you went, well, now that I look at it, that spike was more than this length of the head, so now I make it longer, and it forces you to notice that little fact that the spike, A, was there, and B, that it was actually pretty long. You might not register that if you just looked at it, and then somebody later on, I was like, I saw a fish, and it had a funny head, but I can't remember what was funny about it, you know? So that's really important. So here's like John Muir Laws as guidelines. You want to try to get as accurate as possible. You should write big. Please don't write tiny. If you're one of those people that writes really lightly in pencil with tiny, tiny letters, please help me. I am a middle-aged woman. And the lighting is terrible at Bali. So write big, bigger, I mean, not huge, but like make your pictures big, use color. I have this whole box of colored pencils. If anybody wants to borrow them for this exercise, have at it. Be as detailed as you possibly can be and explain your stuff. So this is like John Muir's Laws, A, B, C, D, E, which is kind of helpful actually. You think about that. And that explanation is what I showed you earlier, where somebody put a little thing that said, oh, you know, here's the spike. All right, so here's what we're doing. We're gonna have a leaf or whatever it is. Like in this example on the slides, it's a leaf, but it could be the flower. Everybody have a flower or a leaf or a strawberry. Grapes are boring. Don't do a grape. For now, get a little complex, okay? And so what you're gonna do is you're gonna draw your thing, your leaf, all right? So, and this is gonna be like a good exercise because what we'd like to be able to do is put all those leaves back on this table, and then I could go around and look at your book and know which leaf you drew. Because they're all different, all right? And so one idea, one way to do stuff instead of to go immediate with lines is to actually, if it's a little thing, you could even outline it. So one idea is kind of making little dots if you want. You can go through like that. I'll go through this whole thing. Obviously, you're not gonna go this fast, and then give you time to do it. And then you could kind of radiate out and start to fill it in along the way. So that's one way to help. And this is a really, really good point too. You don't have to put every single detail. You don't have to write, in a tree, you don't have to draw every single branch of the tree. You don't have to draw every scale on the fish. You give a few and it gives a sense of it. You've all seen like a really good artist. And if you look at the picture, you see that they're not putting every detail in, and that's the beauty of it. So in this particular one, he's showing you that piece. And then this is where you get that detail and explanation. So in that kind of pullout, you made a little circle, blew it up, so that's the way to do it, is just circle something and then make a little spot and say, wow, I saw something unusual in this spot. I want to look at it, say something, start to fill in something about it and put that detail in, and you can see here he is filling out his lab, his field observation. So we made that and said, there was a band of gray. I wonder what that was. So there's an observation and a question embedded in that. I wonder why some needles overlap and some don't. So they're putting things and then putting some sizing in there. Okay. And some of us, this is a really fun thing to do too for yourself, is to like measure. I'll have a ton of what do you call those things? Rulers with us, but measure your shaka, measure your thumb, I know this is a meter, so you can get like a sense, even on your book. Sometimes I put like a little grid. So you could say, oh, that was about 20 centimeters or whatever, and you put this, and right here, he hasn't used color yet. He's also, making sure to note when and where he saw this thing. And really like that curiosity, the wonder is in there. And then you want to add color. And the color is really important. And it might be that this particular red pencil that you have is a little bit too orangey, but you could color it in and then put a little note and say, actually, it was a much deeper red in there. And that's really fun piece. So, just I like starting with I wonder. You don't have to use that languaging. You could just put a question, but really try to put in some questions today. Write some questions about the thing that you're doing. All right. So do that. Spend 10 minutes, maybe, doing it. I'm jealous. I want to draw too. Let's draw, Lana. You want to draw? I wish I could. Well, you guys are doing that. Let's see. Let's see. You want drawing music? You like silence?
Drawing.
Mellow music? I will go. Pause. Turning the recording back on just for, there's a few people that are gonna watch it separately. And we'll go back to. Oh, great, Nicole there. Excellent. Thanks, Nicole. I'll just put this back here, so you can see it. So how was that?
Hard.
Hard, I know, well, and the leaves have a lot going on. I wanna see. Oh my gosh. These are amazing, guys. Love that. Awesome. I am seeing so much goodness in all of that. Crispy edges. Awesome. And I mean, the nice thing about leaves is that these are great. See. Awesome. Yeah. Look at you. Well, that's part of it too. I know how they feel. I like you got the little edges. Whoa, look at this. Perfect timing. Look at their amazing drawings of things. Look at their incredible scientific observations.
Pico people's shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
I think you're
As long as you brush your teeth this morning.
Ooh, I said after.
Oh, you want some snacks? We got some snacks. Oh, look at that strawberry. I like could eat it. Oh my gosh, amazing.
That's so good.
These are beautiful. I see you all as incredible scientific illustrators. Everybody online good with that? Any questions?
Oh, they're showing this. They're showing this online.
Oh, yay, branch. Wait, I'm gonna unstop the screen share so I can see. Amazing.
Pin them.
Who else? Anybody else want to hold them up? Hold up your notebook. Charles, a banana. You ate a banana. Yeah. Oh, these are fantastic. Really awesome. So this is gonna be such a fun part of your experience is sitting and drawing these observations. Whoa. What is this? Very ripe peach, honey? Nice. Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Yay. So fun.
They don't feel that chewy.
That what? Hey, catch that. Okay, hey, so before we take, I'm at the bank. Multitasking. No problem. Okay, what I want to do right now is we're gonna wrap this exercise up. And we've got a guest here, so I think for you to appear in the field of view, I can stand here. So that they can see, I don't know, I can't see myself in there. But just to take a quick, I wanted to introduce you to Dean Johnson. Here, I'll pin this one. And or this speaker view, that should do it. Nope, not Charlotte, me. Let's pin us. Okay, so that you guys can see that. All right, so I just wanted to have a quick guest appearance and then we're gonna have a longer break if anybody needs to go and get some food. But I wanted Dr. Johnson to come in here as the Dean of Student Affairs. What's your full title? Associate. All right.
Why'd you invite me? I didn't read the whole email. Why am I?
Oh, TLDR. He's like, I'm here, but look how good he is. He just showed up. Thank you. So what I wanted to do, we talked at the very beginning of this class today, our gathering, is we started out talking about creating some community agreements about how we're going to behave and support each other in Bali and create a really safe space. And we were differentiating between there's some rules that we're going to abide by and just remember some of the contracts. And so I thought, since you're the one who's gonna, put down the hammer if I catch any one of these people, dragging home drunk or whatever.
Has that happened to you before?
Mhm.
She had me meeting with students in the middle of it, so it's always a different time zone. And I'm like, early in the morning, or it's late at night, sometimes it's like, you need to talk to these students.
Yeah, I know. That's our job, right? So I just thought it would be nice to see the face of this incredibly wonderful human that can be incredibly kind and sweet as I can, but also wants to support you in being the best person you can. And so just a little bit of a reminder about like, what is our agreement in student conduct, and you know, what we're gonna have community agreements that are supportive, but also those rules that we're abiding by. And you know, anything you want to add to that? That's kind of what
I
I.
can add to that a little bit.
Thanks.
Hasn't Michelle danced you yet? Has she broke out any dance moves at all? It'll happen. Yeah, it'll happen. It happened already. It just. So damn G. And second question is, you guys didn't hear from Linda Dozer yet at all?
She didn't come to the orientation in May.
Okay, so that's cool. So you guys are headed off to Bali when you head off?
Next Friday.
Next Friday. So all that. Well, I think that's enjoyable. I had a daughter studying abroad. I got to visit her while she studied abroad. Maybe your folks will come and visit you. She's over in Switzerland. It was on. I got a chance to go there and bounce to Germany and Geneva, which is right down the road, and different places. So lots of fun. Only thing that we really need to pay attention to is, and you're gonna go over some of this, is that every country has their own laws. Things that are allowed here might not be allowed there. You'll study, you understand the culture and the way that people address each other and different conversations that you have to be aware of. That's all good. But vice versa, we really are expecting you to abide by the things that we expect you to do here on campus. So when you're in a class in Bali, we're asking you to be in that class here. So we're asking everybody online and in person that, hey, if we're saying, hey, you need to be 21 to consume alcohol, sure, same thing. If we're asking you to be, sober while you're on a trip, same thing. Obviously, Title IX will come in and talk to you about, sexual harassment, so all these different things that happen. What happens when we study abroad is we begin to say, oh man, I'm on vacation. None of the rules apply to me. So we want to make sure all that stuff is attended to and that we're feeling good. Why'd you guys choose Bali? Tell me now. Any reasons? Say out of all the study abroad things that we did, we got to Bali.
Ocean.
Surf.
After.
Say again, what's that?
Surf.
Surf, okay. So a lot of people are surfing, having a good time. Yeah, it's a
Completely
culture.
different culture from ours. It's like the most different. I
The most
think,
different.
in
You
my
want
opinion.
to learn some stuff. Grace, have a good time. I think you're gonna have a good time with Michelle. Like she said she can be super chill, super laid back, and as we mentioned before, this could be, just that we ask you to uphold the values of the institution. I tell folks that when you're anywhere, even if you're in Florida or you're outside of the state or maybe off campus, that you still are a Santa Barbara City College student. You still have a care of yeah, have fun, have a good time. Yeah, don't go crazy, but have a good time. Experience the culture. Yeah,
Thank you so much. And just remember too, that there's resources, even though we're gonna be on the other side of the planet and it's just dawn, like Laura's here, waking up at dawn at this time of day in Bali, that there's resources here on campus that can support you along the way. So always reach out. We've got a great network and there's people here supporting you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys. So let's say good morning to Laura really quick.
Good morning.
Morning, Laura.
Good morning, everybody.
Right. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
What time is it?
It is just about 6 o'clock.
Look at you. In the morning.
Yep, so the sun should be coming out pretty shortly here.
Awesome. Cool. Well, we're gonna stick with our schedule. Let me go back. Let me just drop down to where our schedule is. Our schedule was, we're pretty good on time here. We're gonna take a little bit of a break until 3. I know that we had a little cameo, so do you guys need a longer than 5-minute break? Does anybody need longer than 5? Just take a little air. Okay, let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute break and come back and then we'll go into projects and sustainability. And I'll finally be able to sit back and take part, all right? So I'll put it on pause again and we'll see you guys in 5. We'll go over some more of the logistical questions and stuff at the end, just that way if somebody's done and doesn't have any, you could leave. So yeah, I'll go over, you know, we can look at the packing list and talk about any of those other questions you have. Unless there's a specific one. But we wanted to switch gears now on our little schedule here. We are going to talk about projects and sustainability. So Laura and I are going to do this together. And one of the things that I'm just going to start with, I just have a few slides. Just get to that page. We've got the little arrows. It's so pretty. Here's our slide. So there's our just a pretty sustainability slide for you. Laura, can you see it okay in your lens?
Yep.
Okay. And then
here,
Laura, full disclosure, Laura and I haven't really actually like mapped this out together so strongly what we're saying or not saying. So we're just gonna feel free, Laura, to interrupt and add in. That's, you know, totally fine. But what I wanted to do first was just, you know, to kind of bring this, bringing in this idea of this projects and sustainability class, because this is the first time we've done this projects class. We've done projects there before, but we're pulling it in. And so I just wanted to anchor us in a few things. First of all, to define sustainability. Anybody wanna jump in on what sustainability means?
yeah, we hear this word quite a lot out there in the world, but does anybody have a specific definition they think they could give?
Self-sufficient. In some way.
Self-sufficient.
Something you can continue on indefinitely?
Yeah.
I just imagine a cycle, like being able to replenish and.
Replenish, nice. You want to replenish anything else?
While allowing some evolution, you know, some
Change. So adapt. So there's some adaptability in there.
And like resilience to changing environments, or, like conditions.
I love the word resilience. Yeah. One way in some indigenous cultures, their definition of sustainability, they might not have that word or that concept, but everything they do, they think forward 7 generations. And so when you think about sustainability, you think about whatever you're doing here and now will not harm the ability of a future generation to be able to enjoy the benefits of whatever this planet has to offer. And I like to extend the idea of sustainability even further and think, how can I make it even better for them than it is for me? Oh, like I don't get to see a heck of a lot of this species, this one particular species, because it's starting to become endangered. What can I do to help the recovery of that species? Or I'm concerned about the temperature on our planet. What can I do to help mitigate those impacts? So we really think forward to other people. And one of the really powerful pieces about sustainability is in this class was designed to be focused on making this campus or your community more sustainable. So we're taking it to Bali and really bringing it forward. So we'll do some really cool interactive work. And I just wanted to kind of show you this when we think about what sustainability is. It is, we can think about the different sectors. Like this is a Venn diagram, which again, for those of you that don't remember, it's just where you have these overlapping spaces. And you can see at the core of it in this particular graphic is sustainability. But we can talk about environmental sustainability. We want soil that can continually produce healthy food. You know, we want air that recycles and is clean. We can also talk about economic sustainability. So, and that's going to be a big part that we're gonna bring into here, and it actually interfaces with the social when we think about things like tourism. Things like how could a business be supportive rather than extractive? And then the social sustainability really goes down to culture. We're seeing cultures dying, partly because ecosystems are dying and we're losing those cultures, and also because of globalization and people are less interested in traditional culture because they want to wear, you know, a different outfit or spend more time on the internet or whatever it is. And so when we think about sustainability, we think about all of those different sectors together. And this, I like, you know, this particular graphic has some nice words about equity and livability. You know, we want everybody to be thriving and we want it to be sustaining. And in that, there's going to be an overlapping lens that's going to go across Laura's class and this project's class about tourism. And like, what does it mean to be a tourist? And how do we do tourism sustainably? Is it possible? How does tourism then change? Has your entry into this country changed the people of that country? And so there's a lot about that. Laura, do you want to add in anything in that piece?
Yeah, we will definitely spend a good bit of time looking at tourism because of the fact that it is such a large part of the economy here. And it develops some very interesting dynamics between the people of Bali, the people of Greater Indonesia, and, you know, the tourism set as well. So people who are coming in, people who are staying for a long time, people who are staying for shorter times, all of these different dynamics. So we'll definitely spend some time looking at that, and we'll look at a bit of the history of tourism as well.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting. The other piece I guess I wanted to bring, I mean, there's a lot to say here, but we'll keep this part short. But I just wanted to bring up this. How many of you have heard of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs? A couple of you. So I just want you to know that on the global stage, sustainability is a major factor driving a lot of our international policy, our international aid that we do. And so the United Nations set up 17 sustainability goals, SDGs, and Laura's gonna interface this within her class as well. And I'm putting these up for you just so you know that what we're talking about is not just like, hey, we're a bunch of college students and we want to make our campus more green. This is really literally something that you could have a career in, is working in international policy building or the laws, or, you know, I know a student who just finished her master's and she got hired by the UN and she's working in Ghana, working on this sector, quality education, you know, so that's part of it. So we have, you know, this goal as a planet, like we don't want people to be hungry. We don't want people to be living in poverty and be unhoused. We want everybody to not just be barely surviving, but actually to be thriving and have good health and access to healthcare, and family planning is in there. Education that's relevant too, not only quality, but culturally relevant. Gender equity, clean water, sanitation, so that we're not seeing cholera like we're seeing in Sudan. Affordable and clean energy. We don't just want solar power, you know, that only rich people because you own a house can have. We want everybody to have access to it. You know, working in economic growth. You know, there's a lot of economics that believe that you can't grow without extracting, and really looking at how we can be different. So all of these sustainable cities, consumption, climate change. I love that number 14 is our ocean world, right? So we got the ocean and the land, and then we're talking about institutional changes so that we have justice and partnership. So these are important and really interesting to see how they interface. So I just wanted to bring it up on that. Laura, do you want to say anything about the SDGs right now?
Yeah, as you were saying, there's a tremendous amount of jobs out there in the world now that are related to sustainability. There are full degree programs in sustainable development. development, and companies everywhere now know that they need somebody on their staff who is thinking about sustainability and how their business fits into this picture. So it's a very, very real place of growth for our students, for all of you, for the future. There's just so much that's happening. And I mean, just to illustrate it, this slide that Michelle has up right now of the sustainability goals for the UN. I was over in Italy with our Glendale College study abroad program, and within the campus of Bologna University, they had in their commons, in their area where their students go to eat and study and all of that, they had a mural of these goals. So I'll try to share some of the pictures of that with you when we're here. But definitely something that is a huge part. It's not just a buzzword. It's not just something that's out there in the ethers that we hear about, but lots and lots of actual work going on in people trying to balance these 17 goals and figure out how we can make a better world, and a world that's going to continue forward, that everybody has opportunity.
Yeah, awesome. And so we're gonna share with you what that project is. Can't wait to see that mural. And just kind of anchored in that, it doesn't necessarily, the project will, I'll talk about the details of it. It'll some of it might be a little bit conceptual, but we're hoping what we're gonna get you to do is we're gonna break into groups. So your project is gonna be with a team of 5 or 6 people. So we'll only have, so this will be a bigger group project than your individual capstone projects. But I just had this one last slide here before we look at what the project is, because I love this person and I love this slide, or I love at least what he did. But we abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. And that is, I think, kind of summarizes all of it. I mean, we could put /C, but really, really having that sense of belonging. Okay, is Dr. Maupin's class too loud for you guys? Should I close the doors? Okay. She's a great teacher too. All right, so what I'm gonna do is click on the framework of the project. If I did this right, it should be here. Look at us. Okay. So Laura and I were trying to, let me make this bigger for you, come up with how to create this project. So, and you guys can help co-create it too. We might build it, but this is what we are coming up with. All right, so you're working as a team, and it'll occur through the semester. So what we're hoping today is to do a little workshopping on coming up with ideas for some different themes. And so what I'll do is we'll start to capture those ideas and then just have a few minutes to kind of start to see, like, oh, okay, maybe us 5 will work on this one thing or the other. So we want you to kind of start brainstorming on ideas. And then this will be presented at the end of our semester. This will be your capstone project. So, and it'll, like I said, since all these classes interweave with each other, the grade that you get for this is, your whole grade for this class pretty much, and also feeds into your other classes. Okay, so, yep. Capstone just means like, when you, well, it means it's literally the last stone you put to complete a building. So it's like, I did this project, and this project encompasses all that I've learned in this class. It's the crowning moment of your, so this is in lieu of a final exam. I could give you a final exam, or you could come up and do cool projects and share it out with each other. That's what we're doing. So the word capstone is used a lot. Yeah, so we're gonna, you're gonna choose something, you're gonna be working together. You're gonna have a lot of leeway on how you present this, what it looks like. you know, so this document will be available to you, and it'll make more sense as you go along. You're gonna talk about this issue and this threat, and you're gonna pull tourism into this, and then figure out solutions, and maybe some of those solutions you'll have a chance to do. So that's the basic framework of it. The details of that you don't have to worry about right now. The most important thing is coming up with these ideas. So if I do this right.
Yeah, and we'll also have a lot of chances over there, or over here, I should say, I'm here, but you're gonna have a lot of opportunities where Michelle and ourselves have organized places for us to visit where people are doing sustainable work. So you'll have inspiration from them as well.
Yeah, and so I'm just gonna try this since I had time while you guys were on your break to make my iPad connect to Zoom. Is it working? Oh, look at that, now I can use a whiteboard. Look at us. So let's just. Sometimes technology is. Okay, so let's come up with. Okay. Some topics, like what would be some things that, just throw some ideas out that you guys could work on. A sustainability topic. Pollution. And can we put some more specific things on pollution? Like what kind of pollution?
Specifically cleaning up the, I forget what it's called, but in the gyre, the giant mass of trash. What is that called?
Plastic trash.
It was a thing. Just call it trash.
We'll call it plastic trash in oceans. Yeah, Joseph.
Groundwater recharge?
Nice. Groundwater recharge. Does everybody know what groundwater is?
Well, it's water on the ground.
And a lot of times when we pave everything, the water can't get back into the earth and it just runs into the ocean. And while the ocean might appreciate it, the plants on land don't so much. What else?
Soil.
Say that again?
Soil.
Oil. What about oil?
Soil. SOIL. Clean. Clean soil for plants.
Yes. So agriculture. So how agriculture could be healthier. What else?
Solar.
Yeah, so I'm gonna expand it a little bit. So green or clean energy. Such as solar energy.
We could do something about conservation of species and sort of evaluate about overfishing.
Yeah, so biodiversity, conservation or preservation, and then you also said stuff about like overfishing or overhunting. Kind of fits into that a little bit.
The next one kind of goes into that too, but just like consumption in general. Is that?
I think that's good. I mean, that fits.
No, did that fall into what?
Well, no, because when you think about consumption,
It does 100%.
Yeah, it also hits on economics.
Yeah.
On our, like, think about this, like how many of us are wearing clothing that was designed to be worn 10 times and then end up in a landfill? That's a bummer.
Easier access to like information and education about how to use the resources.
Love that. Access to information. So education. On sustainability, yeah. Ooh, there's so many great ones. What else? We could keep going for a while, but these are good starts. I mean, I think, and besides the access to that, simply environmental education is a huge piece. And actually, believe it or not, you know, I'm the chair of the environmental studies program here at City College, and I teach environmental studies, but 40 years ago, that wasn't the case. And that was a conscious choice on a national level to elevate environmental education. And now we have programs like we do here at City College because people said, that's important. let's make it so. Make it available to our students. So I think those two things go really well together. What else?
Would health education fit?
Absolutely. Health, access, and education.
Access to fresh local foods that has nutritional value and is in season.
Food security that includes quality food and, you know, education. What is?
Yeah, nutrition, education, could
Mhm.
fall under that, because I guess, and then we were also talking, you said one of the categories was healthcare. And
Mhm.
sometimes, I mean, lower socioeconomic places tend to have less food availability,
sure.
like food deserts or.
Yeah, and you know, in food, there's a really interesting aspect that I want to put into that is that there are, so I work in Micronesia when I'm not working for City College, I'm just my nonprofit work. And there are in Guam, the Chamoyos are the original, the First Nations people there. And there's a bunch of young people that recognize suddenly, you know what? The food that we're eating, all of this McDonald's and all of this processed deliciousness, that is totally colonizing us and making us less healthy and making us have to work more. And they banded together and they're farming and they're bringing back traditional farming and traditional foods and teaching each other how to farm and how to cook these foods. And suddenly they're more healthy and they're more wealthy because they're not spending money on the things that people want to spend. So there's really cool stuff happening in the world around food quality, you know, I don't know what you want to call it, but kind of decolonizing our food systems. Really cool to see. Anything else in there?
I think the Navajos just got a grant of money because of some supply chain problems, and they're going to use that for sustainability food so that they can have their own resources.
That's awesome. Yeah, I heard that. It's like a good one. Millions. It's a lot of money. I love that they're going to use that. So there's a lot of different ways here. I'm going to add a couple on, unless does anybody have any other thoughts? I definitely want to add clean water there. And what I mean by clean water is not just, you know, we could think of it on two places, but one is drinking water and the other is just our waterways and our oceans. So oceans and rivers as habitat. So there's two different places where clean water could come into it.
Would community fit into that? So I feel like it's kind of hard to make big change if you're not all in the same like wavelength.
Yeah, community building. And I really want to, when you think about that Venn diagram I showed earlier and think about like culture, like the preservation of cultures is a radical act of sustainability, believe it or not. Because you know where most of the knowledge comes from? We have on this planet knowledge about how to make sure this planet survives and we all are thriving, healthy people. There is that knowledge and that knowledge is being killed as we kill cultures. So, you know, restoring and maintaining cultural connections is huge, and having young people connect to their culture and feel proud of it and want to tap into it is really important. We're all most of us are pretty diverse within our cultural bloodlines, but so it's kind of fun. We got like a bunch of different pots we can pick from within that, but some are really, really contained, and there's a lot to be learned from that. Anybody else online want to add anything? You guys are still awake. The black boxes are still awake. You never know. You never know what's lurking behind a black box. You see that we lost Brissa. Okay. Now this is the part that my goal here was to get you guys thinking about what you might want to do, what kind of groups you want to be in, and start talking about it. I know it's a little hard since some of us are online, but do you want to connect around some groups right now? Because I think that the earlier we start thinking about things, more ideas can generate. And this doesn't have to be a commitment yet, but I'd like to see what kinds of themes we end up with. So is there anything, it doesn't necessarily have to be still on this list, but it could be on this list, or if you think of another one, does somebody already know, like, oh yeah, this is the thing I want to be working on? Yeah.
I'd like to do trash and its effects on marine animals,
Yeah.
environment.
Awesome. Okay, so that's in that plastic trash. That's one of them. So is anybody else interested in plastic pollution, trash? Trash pollution, Grace's.
And are we like choosing which one we want to do right now?
Right now, you don't necessarily have to choose, but let's just, what I want to do is start getting a sense of what are going to be our, because I really, I think it's going to work best if we have teams that are somewhere around 5 people, not too many different projects. And a lot of what we do, we're going to be going and interfacing with organizations that do some of this. Like our first our first day in Pamutron, we're going to go up to the Biosphere Foundation and hear about what they're doing. And it's all about regenerative agriculture. It's all about restoring food systems. It's all about reducing pollution into the reefs. It's really kind of a powerful piece. So I guess, I don't know how to do this the best. We could start making a list of like who wants to do what, and then you guys could start grouping together and talking about
Yeah,
it.
maybe a good question for you guys. Maybe a good question for you guys would be, have any of you heard about specific problems in Bali or in Indonesia that you have an interest in?
Mhm.
No, I have not heard about problems in Bali. This has not been an interest of mine per se. And I get that it's a lot of lack of exposure, and my attention has been elsewhere. So that's where I'm at. So as far as like, nothing moves me particularly here, but I think it's out of ignorance, you know, I've really enjoyed where I've been hanging out, and sustainability and those things, earth things have not been that.
Yeah, and one of the things that's really interesting to think about that you're gonna see, you're all gonna experience, is that you are going to realize, maybe for the first time, how lucky you are. That you can just turn on the tap and drink that water. And brush your teeth with it. And not open your mouth when you're showering. Please, people, don't open your mouth when you're showering, right? You might not have ever appreciated the value of the things that we have, because we fought hard to make sure that you have them. And so when you are swimming around and you are crying with joy because a manta ray is swimming next to you and it comes by and opens its mouth and you see a Dorito bag in its gills, you will suddenly care about plastic trash in a whole different way. I can't get over that sight. Dorito, literally.
You seen that?
Yes, I'm not talking out of experience right now. That's not a theoretical. Yeah, so the things that we hold, like, you could also just think about the things that you value here, you know, and you don't even realize some of the things you value because it's so everyday, you know, so it's worth just thinking a little bit about, and maybe as we go in, maybe what we could do, maybe one way to do this is people could start just putting their ideas into our group WhatsApp, you know, and then we could start forming some groups and talking about it, and you'll learn more within there. What do you think, Laura?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's going to definitely be a situation where if one person starts to talk about something, there's going to be other people who certainly are interested in the same thing. So hopefully we can start to gel together some groups of people who just are of like mind and have been already caring about a particular thing, whether it's the oceans and trash or soil and agriculture, or, you know, any of these different topics that you guys have thrown out, because if you came up with a topic, you've probably thought about it a bit, and maybe it is something that already matters to you and is in your mind, and something that you'll want to grab on to and find more information in the world.
Yeah, Jackie, did you have something you want to say?
I just said that I really would like to do the biodiversity conservation.
Cool, awesome. Yeah. So, and so another way to think about it too is some of it is, you know, because this is kind of a project-based thing, you could think about, we're gonna certainly be in Bali and think about how it can help Bali and Bali people, but you could also think of, at the same time, similar programs to bring here. Like students here some years ago cared about regenerative agriculture, and we created this permaculture garden, which is now in total disarray because COVID interrupted all of the funding for it and the work flow towards it. But there's students on campus now that are reviving it. They have a club and they're getting in there and they're gardening and they're bringing it back and they're learning what that means and are creating, you know, there's a food equity issue. So we created a place here on campus where you can get food for free all the time, you know, so these projects that we could think about at the same time bringing back home too are really nice. And there's so many different ways. And I think it might be a little bit hard to think about right now before you've even been to Bali, but once you see it, you'll realize there's a few things that you might take for granted here, besides the obvious of water coming out of a tap. But you'll really see some things in a different way. And so we'll come back to that and keep up with that. Does that sound good? Does anybody want to stay on this for any longer? Any questions? Laura.
Actually, I'm wondering if what we could do is, you know, we've had a few people now that have said ones that they are interested in. Maybe what we can do is get maybe a solid set of 5 or 6 of these and make a poll on WhatsApp for people to weigh in on if they are interested in joining that particular group.
Yeah, so we
That
have
might be an easy way to team it up.
trash. Okay, so I'm just gonna mark them on my little sheet and then I'll build that. That's true. We can make a poll later on WhatsApp. So yeah, if you can go back to my little.
Yeah, I'm happy to build that if we get a solid list of, you know, whatever 5 or 6 groups we're gonna have.
Yeah, we have biodiversity. Jackie said that. We have clean energy. Grace, I was surprised that you didn't, I was totally expecting you to be like, I want environmental education.
Oh, that would be a really great one, actually. Yeah, can we do that?
I met you.
What was it? Environmental education?
Do that one.
You star that one. Are there others that just particularly
Culture and food.
culture and food?
That's a great one.
And like access to healthcare and education, I think are
Yeah.
big ones.
Well, all of them are fun.
I know they're all important. Yeah.
Trying to get, like,
And it's also gonna be fun and group work, you know, and there is besides learning about a problem, some of the higher level learning that you'll be doing is working in teams, which is not always easy, but it's really important to learn how to do that. That's why we want these to be teams. So we have 26 students, you know, so we want, you know, around 5 or 6 teams ultimately.
Even though we're gonna be choosing one topic to do our project on, are we still gonna be like learning and exploring all these other topics in Bali as well? Because I am interested in all of them.
I know.
And
for sure.
Seems hard to
You'll
just
absolutely
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if we-
Absolutely, you'll be exposed to all of them, and you're gonna be sharing your projects with each other, so you'll be able to hear what your fellow students have learned about what they've focused on as well, so absolutely.
Yeah, and just to give you a few more examples of how you're learning about them. So I mentioned that we're going to hear from the Biosphere Foundation that's doing regenerative agriculture and ridge to reef. We're also going to in Sanur on our third day in Bali, we're going to be learning about biodiversity conservation from the Coral Triangle Center. When we are in Ubud, you're going to be hearing about some solutions to plastic trash. And then you yourselves are going to do a beach cleanup, and you're going to actually take Balinese youth out snorkeling, some of them for their first time. So we're actually taking some of our funds to rent snorkel gear for youth. So you're going to be interfacing, you're going to go to a village, and you're going to teach English to Balinese students. What else are we doing, Laura? What else do we have in our bag of fun? We're going to be releasing baby sea turtles. We're going to be doing citizen science about manta rays, which are endangered species. I mean, the whole thing is built around this. This is just kind of focusing you in more than in a deeper way on one piece. The only thing we don't do deeply is, like, I would say groundwater and soil. We're not like deep in the ag land, but it would be cool for people to get into that. And that's why I want your thoughts early on this, because we're going immediately and starting to meet organizations and people who are doing this work in Bali. And so if you know your project is, biodiversity, when we're at the Coral Triangle Center, you've got this place where you can, and people that you can tap into right away, learn more about that. And so you'll see on Canvas, I'm always putting up the links to these places too, so you can start to look at their websites and learn more about them. So, yeah. Should we wrap that part up for now? So we're gonna
Absolutely. And for those who are interested in soil and agriculture, there's lots of permaculture. There's great permaculture organizations that we'll be able to hear from. I mean, there's Biosphere as well as others in the Ubud area.
Yeah, awesome. Cool.
So.
Yay. All right, well, do you want to switch in our schedule? You know, we're a little, a smidge behind, but do you want to start your lecture, Laura? Wait, why did we suddenly not hear you? I see your lips moving.
Laura, you're muted.
Thank you. Thanks, Mia. I appreciate it. Yeah, so if people want to have that, I think there was in the schedule a quick 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Before starting,
people needing another
you know,
stand up.
sort of switching gears. So if anybody just needs to stand up and move around or go to the bathroom real quick.
Do you want to just take a few minutes?
Anything like that.
Take,
sounds like a good
take 4
plan.
minutes. We'll come back at 4. Does that sound good?
All right. Is everybody able to see my screen share?
All right, you guys, let's come together. Yeah, can you see your screen share? Can you put it, I think that works. Can you, I imagine what you're seeing is also our little window. Should I limit the window?
Yeah, so
cover up the screen. Oh. Okay. All right, you guys, we are switching gears now and having your first lecture. Thank you for being so engaged and patient. And oh, wait, why is our screen off? Oh, that's weird. Turn itself off. Hang on 1 second, Laura. Our screen is for some reason.
I mean, the whole screen went off.
No. Oh. That's weird.
Yeah.
There it goes. There it is. Yeah.
What? I remember in the thing it said you did a diet sketchbook too. What is that one for?
giant?
Like one with lots of pages.
I think that's the same one for our like.
Yeah, your lab notebook.
Oh. Okay, oh, okay.
The unlined one, yeah.
You don't need two sketchbooks.
No. So you don't need like this one and then another?
You need the lined one and an unlined.
What are these? Oh.
Whichever ones you want, yeah.
Just a question on the combining the ocean one and the marine one. Do you want them like, can we just like do both at the same time throughout?
What do you mean by the difference between ocean and marine?
Well, you wanted to, either we can do two notebooks or we can do a combined notebook. If we do a combined notebook in your two classes.
My two classes?
Yes.
Yeah, my two classes, just consider it one.
Okay.
Like
so we'll
marine
just-
science is one class.
So we'll just, okay, great.
There's
Instead
no
of-
way you'll ever be able to disentangle. Like
Right.
today, I just talked to you from two different lenses. I talked to you about physical oceanography and marine biology at the same time. Could you have drawn a line through that?
No.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay,
That's pretty difficult.
it is difficult, okay. So now you get to have your first lecture from Laura.
All right, so on kind of on that note, since people were talking about notebooks and such, I did ask for you guys in sort of my requirement. The only thing you need to bring for my class is to bring a small journal, something. I'm going to hold these two up that I have, something kind of in the range of about 5 by 7, not a big 8 by 11 sort of thing, but a smaller, easier to carry kind of thing. And these are both pretty thin, 80 to 100 pages. The thing that works really, really well is to have something like this one that has pages where you can draw or you can paste things and then lines, but that's not required. One that's, just got lines like this one, totally fine too. Just something that you're going to want to keep. I am a horrible journaler and I'll admit that right up front. But I wish that in my over 50 years of being in this world and traveling, I wish I had done more journaling. And I wish I had more records of my journeys. And so I want for you guys to have something that's going to spark memories for you. So we're going to, along the way in our geography course, we will be doing basically the grade that you're going to get in this class is going to be based on 6 quizzes, which will be done in class on site along the way. And then you're going to have 12 graded journal entries. You can add anything additional to your journal that you want to, but you'll have 12 specific journal entries. 4 of them will be 10-point journal entries that will be a bigger sort of assignment, and one of those will be your first assignment, so we'll talk about that in just a second. But you'll have 4 journal entries that are worth 10 points. You'll have 8 that are worth 5 points each. And those will be sort of directed journal entries, things that, I'm hoping that you will have a chance to reflect on things that you've seen and things that you've done in our adventure and sort of take that information and that experience and the learning that you're going through and put it down in words. But anything that you want to add into your journal, just for yourself for later, I hope you'll keep this journal, and anything that you don't want me to read, you just tell me what section I don't look at, and I'll not look at that section. I'll just look at the stuff that's for our class. Okay? Any questions on that?
Doesn't look like it.
Does anybody? I'm sorry, what?
Can you hear it?
Maybe if, oh, let me see, actually, looks like there's stuff in the chat here. Let's see if there's.
I'm not seeing. Oops. I'm not seeing anything new in the chat from my end.
Okay, so.
No.
No, it wasn't anything new.
I have a question. Oh, yeah.
Never mind.
We have a question
Nothing
in,
that was,
we got a question in here.
Do we need one notebook for lectures and then
all
one-
right, what's the question?
Oh, sorry. Let me repeat it. Okay,
I'm sorry, I heard something about lectures and.
Do we need one notebook for lectures and one notebook for our journal, or that can just be one whole notebook?
You can absolutely keep notes in your journal book if you want to do that. You can keep notes on your phone, on a computer, on iPad, whatever, whatever is workable and best for you as a student. I know everybody has different things that work best for them in terms of note taking. So I don't want to be restrictive on that, but if you prefer to have a separate, like a little composition notebook to keep notes, for the lectures, you can absolutely do that. And like I said, you can also use your phone. You can bring your computer to class, whatever you prefer as your mode of note taking.
And Laura, we did have one question in here that we just want to reiterate. I realize this is an important question. There are a few of you that have taken Geography 102 or have taken marine biology, but and so we've had there's a couple of a substitute class to fill in on that. But the bottom line is you're all actively participating as a student in everything we're doing on the program. So whether you're gonna end up, like, since you already took 102, you're not necessarily gonna get a new grade for it, but we're still expecting everybody to be active participants of the program. So whatever course, like Bio 142 that we subbed in for you, just think of that as all of these activities. And everything that you learn, even if you've already had human geography, you haven't had it in Bali, and you haven't had it from Laura in this way. So it'll be a really different class and it'll add to it. So the bottom line is, all of us are doing everything all together. I'm taking Laura's class. Look at me sitting here with my notebook right now, taking notes.
And yes, absolutely. This is a full learning experience that we're all there learning together,
Okay.
So, I mean, in all my years of coming here, I've been coming to Bali for 26 years. I've been working here for several of those years, from the start, kind of leading tour groups, but then getting further and further immersed in working here in many different capacities. And so there's just so much to learn, and I continue to learn about this place and its people every day. So it's going to be a learning experience that we're all going to have fresh new experiences that we are going to use our our lenses of sustainability, our lens of marine biology and the marine world, our lens of those experiences a bit more deeply. So you're going to be not a tourist on vacation, even though you're in this amazing place where lots of people come to tour. You're going to have so much more understanding of what you're seeing, of what you're doing when you're here. And it's just going to open up an amazing amount of avenues for what you want to do in your lives. So you're going to see in our Canvas, I've already put up a couple of assignments. Basically, one of them is just some stuff to read and a short video to watch, just about life and, getting out there in the world and deciding who you want to be and what you want to do in the world. And then our other assignment will be that first journal entry that I was talking about. But to start with, I want to just kind of focus in briefly on sort of some of the basics of kind of what is geography to start with, because I'm not sure, beyond the 3 or 4 people who I know have taken geography, geography is an interesting field that a lot of people don't have a tremendous amount of awareness of what it actually is. So I think right now I'd like to hear if there's anybody in the room or online here that has an idea of what they think geography is. What would you describe geography as?
The study of a place, its location, what affects it, what makes it that unique place, maybe?
That's a great congealing of some of the basics in geography. Absolutely. Geography is very, very focused on place and on sort of our physical environment. Absolutely. And one of the bigger themes of geography is looking at patterns of why certain things exist in the places that they exist in. And so kind of related to that, one of the things that we should note or take notice of is that geography it's one discipline, but kind of as Michelle was talking about with the marine science classes, there's really no firm delineation between the two subfields of geography. They overlap in many ways, but just based on, if you look at the pictures in these slides or in this particular slide, you might be able to guess what the two subfields of geography are. And
you're looking at
anybody guess what those are?
Like physical and human?
Cultural?
Absolutely. Physical and human geography. So kind of like anthropology, there are two main subfields within geography. We have the physical geography and we have the cultural or the human geography. But really at the heart of geography is we're looking at the patterns in the world of these things. So if we're looking at physical geography, we're looking at things like waterways and mountain chains and where are there earthquakes? Where are there volcanic activities? Where are there all of these different types of geologic formations or things of that nature? So when a geographer is looking at this, we have all these other scientists, we have marine scientists and we have geologists and we have hydrologists and people who are working in all of these very specific realms. And what a geographer is going to do in that sort of team of educators and people who are working in a particular environment is to look at the patterns of where things are happening. And so in our human geography class, what we'll be looking at, let me ask you actually, before I just sort of list things off, what kind of things might we look at in human geography that, that we could say there might be patterns on the global map, on a local map? What kind of things might we be able to show patterns of?
Seasons.
How the land
Seasons?
And
absolutely. So from the physical geography perspective, absolutely. The seasons and absolutely patterns that we look at, and there's of different climate climate areas or climate zones and, you know, different types of vegetation zones and all of these, absolutely. But what about in terms of humans? What kinds of patterns might we, do you think, look at as far as humans in our world? What kind of patterns are we creating?
Well, there's also, given the flora, the fauna, the seasons, the weather and all that, then where humans congregate or consider that they could thrive and sustain and then expand. So that would be a pattern also.
That's a great example. Excellent, excellent example. That's basically talking about settlement patterns. So where are people choosing to live? And we definitely will talk at a decent length about that, because there's definitely been changes over the course of our human existence on the planet, going from being very small groups that were hunter-gatherers and moving around into later settled communities. And now we have a tremendous movement of humanity from rural areas into urban areas. And what kind of impact does that have? So absolutely, settlement patterns and population patterns, demography, those are things that we will definitely be looking at. Any other things that people can think of that we might be able to map out as a pattern that has to do with people?
Kind of related to what we were saying, just like the developments of the countries, which is like the bigger aspect of it. But then like that focuses on like birth rates, death rates, and like stuff like that of different cultures and settlements.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. I was just talking about demography. And so you brought up some of those, Mia, the birth and death rates and fertility rates and mortality rates and all sorts of different things that we can track in human communities that allow us to talk about how we might rank a place in respect to development levels. That's not something that we should be entirely judging from, you know, from one culture to another. We can't say what one culture might, you know, feel is a good level of development versus, you know, another culture might see that level of development as not as desirable. So one of the big things that I've worked with in my career, both as an educator, but also as someone who has worked with a couple of different NGOs and tried to find ways to sort of help in a grassroots way in other locations, is that development, or, you know, making a life better for people, is something that we really have to go to the grassroots, going in and telling people how to develop or how to sustainably develop is not something that, you know, that can be decided without talking to those communities directly. So absolutely. So talking about development, about you know, where people are at in terms of all of those demographic markers, different economic markers, so economies and the different types of economies that are around the world. For the most part today, we're at a point where capitalism is kind of the king of all economic systems, but there are definitely other ways of running an economy. So we'll look at that. There's patterns as far as, you know, where people have attempted other types of economic structures. We'll look at political structures and how is the political system in Indonesia similar to our system in the US, and how is it different from our system in the US? We'll look at patterns of linguistics and how, different language families have developed and how certain languages have come to be prominent in certain places. We'll look at religious patterns. So there are many, many different aspects to human geography, which is basically looking at what is it that if we have this certain physical environment and the different resources that are available within that particular environment, and how are people settling and living in those environments, and how does that differ if you're in one environment compared to another. So one of the big things that you guys are going to experience, of course, when you get here, is to feel a very different physical environment. And so we'll talk about how that is influential to a culture. So the second question I would have for you is, what is culture? What makes up culture? We touched on a big one earlier in our conversation about the sustainability class, but what comes to mind when you think of culture?
The hierarchical structure that then either by its religion or its politics or its genders, and how that influences the economy or home life or anything of that sort of thing.
That's an excellent example. I really like that. Hierarchies exist in so many different ways in human life. There's certainly hierarchies in the biological realm and in the animal kingdom that we're part of. But within human communities, those hierarchies are much more sort of pronounced and developed, and have a lot of history that we might not necessarily see in other organisms. So we have a very highly developed system of hierarchies. So that's an excellent example, because one of the big aspects of culture, of course, is social interaction. And there are so many levels to social interaction. Who are we within our family? Who are we within our neighborhood? Who are we within our larger community, in our city, our state, our nation, or as a global citizen? That's the big one for me. Is any student that I have in my classes, I want to see you be the best global citizen. Your local and your national, those are super important, and that's where you're maybe going to be able to make the most change. But being a global citizen is something that's a huge part of understanding the world and moving about in the world today with globalization, with the amount that people travel. All of these kinds of things become very important. So what other things can we say about culture? How,
excuse me,
how
sorry.
would you describe culture beyond hierarchies and social structures?
Could culture be group's usual way of doing things? Whether that's their food or their religion or their customs?
Absolutely. So that's an excellent point as well. Just the way that people do things, their traditions, what kinds of rituals do they have within their culture? So we may think of ourselves in the US as maybe not necessarily having a lot of those things, rituals, rites of passage, these kinds of things, but we actually do. We have perhaps, religious rituals that people engage in, but we also have some societal and, larger structures. We recognize certain things in terms of as a person progresses through life. Can anybody think of any examples of say, milestones or rites of passage that people go through in the US?
Like a sweet 16.
Sweet 16.
Absolutely. Sweet 16. Sweet because why? What makes it? Well, if you think about it, for a lot of us anyway, it's changing and shifting, but for many people, that's been the time that you gain a certain amount of freedom because you start to drive. So that rite of passage, that recognition that you are of an age that you can now make those personal decisions, that your parents don't have to take you places anymore. You get to decide. That is something that differs from many different societies to other societies. So those rites of passage do exist. You know, we have the Sweet 16, we have turning 21, we have turning 18 and being able to vote, really important one currently. And a big part of why we put the dates together in the way that we did for this program is to make sure that you guys are all home to be able to vote if you want to. That's a huge part of how our society works and part of our culture. So definitely something that a lot of people don't take part in, but something that is truly, truly important, and that we hope that, especially through your experience here and seeing how another culture works and how people live in another part of the world, it's going to really engage you in the fact that the decisions our country makes are really important on the global stage. So moving on from that, one of the things that I do want to say about culture is all sorts of different things: food and social structures and rites of passage and religion and language and education systems and political systems, and all of these different things are part of culture. But obviously there's many different types of culture, but at the very heart, culture is defined as a set of learned behaviors that are passed down through the generations. And this is really key because this is something that that sets apart from what we all need as humans in terms of, you know, food and shelter and clothing and all of these kinds of things. What we do to get all of those things done is learned behaviors, things that we learned from our parents, that they learned from their parents. That is what culture is. Any good, strong definition of what a culture is that it is learned behavior. It's not sort of innate behavior that humans just do. There are certain things, like within linguistics, every human vocal structure can produce a certain number of sounds. But based on whatever language you speak, over time, those different types of sounds that you could have made might become less possible or more difficult to produce because you don't use them. So some other language family might utilize those sounds, and therefore they're more proficient at making those sounds. So if we think about learned behaviors, it's, you know, taking things that perhaps humans would intrinsically naturally do, but then forming them into a certain way of doing. And so within that, you can see here on this slide that I've listed things like belief systems, so religion or other types of belief systems. There's lots of ways of living in the world that might not be religious, that might not follow a certain scripture or set of texts or anything like that. But there are ways of living and belief systems and value systems. There are languages, there are social structures and human relationships. How do you interact with your peers compared to how do you interact with your faculty and other administrators or other people on your campus? You know, we're all human, but we have these different structures, these learned behaviors, and they differ from one place to another. Does anybody have any examples that you might throw out of, like, if you've met someone from another culture or you have a friend that has background in another culture that handles different relationships differently?
I think the family unit, there's some other cultures, for example, Hispanic culture, the women's often they stay much more clustered in the family. Whereas I find in the Anglo-American culture, people are going out much earlier in age and becoming much more independent in age. And it's just a different culture.
Absolutely. That's a really good, strong example. That was something, my very first time that I came to Bali, that was something that I recognized and felt very touched by and almost jealous that the people, the women here were so close to one another and spent so much time with one another. They weren't separated into you know, individual homes and things like that. The older women were working together, making their offerings or preparing food or doing things of that nature. And the younger women, you know, girls who were in their teens were together and, you know, out on each other's front steps and braiding each other's hair and doing things of that nature. So their interactions socially were a bit more sort of separation between men and women, but it was very interesting to me that there seemed to be a lot of support within the women's group of, you know, the young girls learning from their mothers and grandmothers and aunties as they were doing different household tasks or doing things for their community. So those kinds of things are definitely part of what a culture is, those social structures and human relationships. Absolutely. And then number 3 here, I have institutions and organizations. These are absolutely huge structures within human culture. What we choose to even have organizations around, organizations that are focused on whatever particular theme, that says something about a culture. If we have lots of institutions and organizations that are focused on finances, that tells us something about the importance of money in that society. If we have lots of institutions and organizations that focus on education, we know that education then is an important cultural element in that society. So looking at all of these different structures is a huge part of talking about culture and understanding different cultures. And then, of course, material goods, those things that some of them we've already talked about. Food is a huge one. The culture and the learned behaviors around food. How do we prepare food? Who prepares the food? When do we eat it? Where do we eat it? Where is the food coming from? What kind of taboos or, you know, what kind of specialties are there within the foods of different cultures, and what's brought on those particular set of, you know, food ways for that particular culture. You can look at clothing. I think it came up earlier in conversation, that Michelle mentioned something about clothing and how we have sort of a consumer culture. Someone had brought up consumerism, or consumption. And so in some cultures like ours, where we have a more modern popular culture, we have clothing that comes and goes so quickly in terms of what its, its life is. It's going to come and go very quickly, and there's going to be all these resources that get used to make this clothing, and then it's only going to be used for a short time, and then it's going to be in the landfill. Certainly material goods, like what kind of buildings do we leave behind? What kind of tools and machines and other types of material goods? Those are part of a culture. And that's a big way that anthropologists can go in and learn about past human cultures, is through those material goods that might still be around. So there's a lot that we learn about all of these other things, about belief systems and languages and social structures and relationships and all of this. We learn through what we find in terms of material goods and what we find in terms of written histories. So in terms of culture, the sort of main components that we're going to look at is those things that are passed on from generation to generation through learning. And that would be things like values. What do we think is important? That came up in our sustainability conversation as well. Do a certain society have a set of values that they agree upon? We might find that in one culture to the next, there might be, certain cultures that have a set of values that they are strongly, sort of solidly agreed upon. And there are other values that, that might not be as important to them. And then there might be other societies where it's not as clear what their value system is. What kind of example might we come up with of the US? What does the US value, and how do we know that we value it?
You could say education, because there are a lot of public and private universities.
Yeah, that's a good example.
How we spend our money?
Absolutely. How we spend our money tells what our values are. Absolutely. So there's, lots of different examples of how we might come to having a certain value system. And so your first journal entry for this class is going to be focused on a bit of that. How did you come to have the values that you have as an individual? We definitely will talk about norms in this class, and just as a study abroad cohort, we're going to be, you guys worked on this morning with Michelle, this idea of, what can we agree upon about how we move together and how we work together and how we treat one another, these norms that we're going to establish of, how we're going to be our best and most supportive selves. But every society kind of determines that through time too. It's something that is, adapting and changing through time. But every culture has its norms. It has its expectations of how people are going to act and how people are going to behave in different situations. We have institutions. The institutions that we have give us a large indication of what's important to a society. Everything from schools, as was mentioned a moment ago, to banking and finance institutions, to cultural centers for different groups that have come in as immigrants into a particular community. all kinds of institutions, our religious institutions and our, you know, institutions that provide different services, whether that's our DMV who handles our transportation and all of these different examples. But institutions are an important part of culture. And you'll notice, of course, when you come to spend time in another place, that institutions are a little bit different. There are a lot of similarities, but there are a lot of differences. And then artifacts being those physical things that we talked about. So your, you know, food and clothing and tools and other, you know, building elements and all of that. So we have both what we call material culture and non-material culture. So material culture are those things that lead to artifacts. You end up with artifacts of a community when they leave behind those physical things, like their built structures and their tools and their clothing and their plastics and trash, all of those kinds of things. Those are material culture. And we have what we call non-material culture, which was those other things that we talked about, the norms and values, those things that are intangible, they aren't physical things. The beliefs, the traditions and rites of passage, the aesthetics of what people like and think is beautiful versus another culture might think something entirely different is beautiful. I would use the example of a good friend here who has worked with us for years, a young woman who many of my friends and myself and lots of people who have come through and met her have thought she was absolutely beautiful. But for many, many years, she talked about that she would never get married here because she wasn't beautiful here, because she was too skinny. And she, because of the tone of her skin, was not of this desirable aesthetic for this particular community. Now, happy ending, she is now happily married and has 2 babies, and I'm extremely happy for her that she found a really lovely man who saw her beauty, even though perhaps the aesthetic here did not fit. But very important in people's lives, those aesthetics and those expectations within society. And I know that many, many of you have been impacted, I'm sure, through your lives by the expectations of our culture on aesthetics and what we look like and how we move about in the world. So that's a huge element of culture. So there's also kind of this differentiation between folk and popular culture. Does anybody have any guesses at what would define these 2 different things?
I just had a quick question about when you were talking about material versus non-material culture. Would institutions be considered material?
They would be a little bit on both sides. They technically, you know, you do have a material culture around institutions because you are going to have buildings and structures and written things of that nature for that institution. But the way those institutions run and what decisions are made would cross over a bit into the non-material side. But you would, I think, delineation, you would say it was part of the material culture, but that's not always in the academic pursuit of knowledge, is that we're always trying to put things into a certain category. And sometimes those categories don't really pull apart very well from each other, right? So we might put things into categories, but there's always some little bit of variation. But that's kind of how the reason for that is because that's how our brains work. It's very difficult for the human brain to grasp every single individual human or every single individual organism and see them as different from each other because it's too much information. So, I mean, you guys in your generation are being hit with so much more knowledge and information than anyone in history. And so even as it is, just with all that, your brain is like overloaded with, you know, what information's true, what information's not true. How can I put this information into different boxes and try to organize it in some way, right? So that's a difficult aspect of academia, is that we try to put these delineations, but they don't always they're not always fully defined. So definitely a good question there about the institutions. So with folk and popular cultures, one of the key things that we want to look at is that folk cultures are going to differ in several different ways from popular culture, where kind of the US rests very, very squarely in the pop culture, aside from perhaps small communities who hold on really well to their traditional or folk traditions. So we'll talk a bit more about this stuff a bit later, but basically the cultures tend to be small, like small groups of people, or, you know, relatively small, greater understanding of the world. They usually incorporate homogeneous populations. What does that mean if something's homogeneous?
They're very similar.
Absolutely. So people of very similar backgrounds. So they tend to be small communities. They tend to be communities that are relatively homogeneous. They have the same history. They come from the same lineage. They are typically rural. They're typically more cohesive in both physical traits and in social traits, in the way that they about in the world. So basically, as our world has become more and more globalized, it's become more and more difficult for folk cultures to survive in this landscape. But there is a definite positive turn with respect to this, and Michelle alluded to this in the sustainability discussion. There are many examples where we are coming to a point of realizing the importance of these folk cultures, of these traditional cultures, of these indigenous peoples and their knowledge, both scientific knowledge that they have learned through experience and cultural knowledge. So there is so much that we can learn from these folk cultures, even though popular culture is what has been more global. So in terms of how we get folk cultures, the origin of a folk culture is typically anonymous. We don't have a particular person or a particular date in which this culture started to develop. We might be able to kind of narrow it down to some amount, or we might be able to narrow it down to a place, a hearth, or a source region. But folk cultures are something that's been around so long that we can't really necessarily define where did it start and how did it get started. So unknown dates, unidentified originators. There might be more than one place where something developed independently. Some isolated places that have something very unique and different from other places. But hearths are an important kind of theme and term in geography. What do you think of when you hear the word hearth?
Fireplace.
A fire? Absolutely. Anything else that people think of in terms of hearths? Why do you suppose fire comes to mind?
Home,
If we...
home and gathering of people.
Absolutely. So culture develops around the hearth. That is the center point of where people communicated through all of human history. When humans were at the point where we grasped on to the knowledge of how to make fire and how to cook food, those moments of being together at night around the hearth is how culture developed. That's where that learned set of traditions and values and ways of doing things and hunting and cooking and gathering and all of these things were taught. So this is where people communicated. So when we talk about the development and movement of cultures across space on the Earth's surface, we talk about hearths, and these are the source regions of different cultural groups. And we see that, of course, very strongly in Bali, in Indonesia, and Southeast Asia as a whole. We aren't really in one of the ancient hearth regions, but we have heavy influences of the hearth regions of India and of East Asia and China. So we see a lot of traditions and influences that come from both South Asia and East Asia to make Southeast Asia a more unique and conglomerate set of cultures that have been influenced by those. So by comparison, of course, popular culture is large, urban, lots of often heterogeneity, so differentiation of people. You guys being in Santa Barbara or in just the West Coast of the US in general, we have a tremendous amount of diversity of the population. And that makes it easy for cultural attributes to be spread across, you know, a group. If you're a group that's homogeneous, you share the same background, you want kind of the same things, it's easy to transmit certain things within that community. If you're in this bigger, larger community, you're going to have hierarchies, which were mentioned earlier, of how things move in that popular culture. So you might have a hierarchy based on affordability of some new idea or new invention or a new, you know, clothing item or whatever it might be, some new technology. There's a hierarchy of who's going to get it first and these kinds of things. But basically, lots of heterogeneity in popular culture. So people who are living in communities of mixed people. There's lots of quick changes of culture traits. There's, you know, this idea of popular culture is this change very quickly over time. So it encompasses material and non-material culture, just as the folk cultures do, but definitely typically a lot more of the material culture. So popular culture generates quite a lot more in terms of materials and goods. And so, you know, we can go on and talk more about this type of stuff, but what we're going to be looking at here in Bali is definitely a folk culture and a localized lifestyle, a lot based on subsistence or how people are going to get food and how they're going to get, you know, place to live and to survive in the environment. That means it's been handed down through many, many generations, and in large part handed down through oral tradition and through community and building a sense of community. So the folk culture here, and something that you're going to see very, very prominently when you're in this environment in Bali, is the presence of this oral tradition, and a lot based on something that we call epic stories. There's these two epic stories of the Hindu tradition called the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. And so we'll spend a lot of time seeing out in the world here representations of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, and these are very important to the stories and the folk culture here. So that'll be one of the places that we'll start once you get here, is in talking about these oral traditions and these epic stories. But I'll also have in Canvas a couple of just short video summaries of these stories so that you have a little bit of a background on them starting out. Okay. So as I'm getting to sort of the end of time here, I know we're going to probably have a lot of logistical questions. So I'm going to kind of move away from the course itself and start talking about culture shock, and then also leading into Darren coming in and answering any last minute sort of logistical questions as far as the visas and flights. And we can also talk about packing and all of that. So the main thing though is that I will direct you to the items that are in Canvas. The first one of our essays or journal entries that we're going to do is basically you're going to be creating a poem about where you come from. But it's a structure. I've given you a template to use. You can go off template if you want to, but that's going to be your first entry in your journal book, is to write this I am from poem. And there's a video example of someone else doing this. You can also find on YouTube other examples where people have done this poem. But it's a really good way of looking at ourselves and our culture and where we come from, and to get us really grounded in who we are, who we want to be, what we want to bring with us, and then what do we want to take away from this new cultural experience that we see, because we all have so much that we can learn from each other's cultures. So that's going to be your first assignment, is to write that poem. But I'll also have available for you the couple of videos about the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, so that you'll have some exposure as you enter into Indonesia and into Bali, and start to see some of the symbology that exists all around you here. Okay?
Is that
questions about the class itself?
Is that assignment due before we get to Bali or once we get there?
That is gonna be basically as soon as you get here. Sometime in that first couple of days, I'll want to either hear from people or see what they came up with. I would love if a few of you want to share your poems. That would be amazing. Our kind of first day on the beach is going to be a real sort of community building exercise. And so it would be wonderful if some of you have these and want to share them. It would be a great way to really see each other. But yeah, it's basically due the 7th or 8th. Once you're here, it's something you can work on the plane. It's something you can work on over the coming week or so. But something that I want you to think about before you leave and before you've been impacted by this new experience. Does that help answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Sorry.
Absolutely. Any other questions as far as the class goes so far?
Is there going to be like tests or midterms or anything like that?
No, basically what we're gonna have for our class, and you'll see there's a couple of files in Canvas. They're both named the same thing, but one is a Word document and one is a PDF just for ease of opening them up. But it's basically your syllabus of what we're going to be doing. But as I said, we'll have 6 quizzes over the course of our 8 weeks here. And then, so each of those quizzes will be 10 points. You'll have 12 journal entries, 4 of which will be 10 points each, 8 of which will be 5 points each. So they'll be less technical than the others. You'll have some points that will come from participation in all of our different activities. So you'll be earning 36 points total from 12 different activities that we're going to be doing. And then you're going to have 24 points that come from that capstone project that is kind of bringing together the sustainability class and our human geography class. So you'll have a total of 200 points for the course, but everything is very, very based on the experiences here and very much on, what we'll be doing and seeing here. So no like standard testing per se.
I have one question about that capstone project.
Yes.
So I know earlier we were talking about different groups and different like categories that we're going to be doing those projects on. Is whatever
Yes.
group we select or are put into, is that going to change any of the actual activities we do? Or is that only going to change what our project is and what we're focusing on, for that project?
Exactly. It's
Okay.
it's gonna change just what you're working on or like focusing in more finely on.
Great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Of course. Thanks, Rylan. Good question. Any other questions as far as the course itself? Or should we move into, since, like I said, I've traveled here quite a lot. If you guys have packing questions, you have other, sort of culture related questions, I can talk to you a little bit about kind of what to expect in terms of culture. There is an article or 2 that I'll have in Canvas as well. One of them I know I already have in there. The other I'm not positive if I've posted up yet, but I will. So just some, quick introductions into being in Asia and the differences. Does anybody have things that you've heard that are different here?
I
that
do have
you're
one more question
interested
about
to find
packing.
out? Sorry?
I remember Darren mentioning something about possibly talking to like a travel nurse or your doctor about getting some sort of antibiotics for Bali belly or something. Is there any
Yes.
other medication that you think we should bring besides like, you know, Advil or like some allergy medicine or anything like that?
Yeah, all of those things, definitely sort of your basic emergency kit type of stuff. But yes, like said, we definitely recommend that you talk to your doctor, or if you happen to be with Kaiser, they have a travel department that you can talk to a travel nurse, and they are overseen by a travel doctor, but they'll make recommendations as to what you might use. Usually what gets prescribed are things like ciprofloxacin or Z-Pak or other sort of broad spectrum antibiotics for the Bali belly, or traveler's diarrhea, as it's often called.
Oh, blast, whatever. So like, what would I use it for? I'm just trying. So I'm just gonna, Grace was asking a question about what is a Z-Pak or what's Cipro. So it's very common, like pretty much, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but expect that you will at some point on your journey have a day or two where you are experiencing diarrhea and vomiting, or you might just have a stomach ache. For most people, it can pass pretty quickly. Some people get hit really hard. And then you need, you know, if it lasts like 3 days, then you would want to take an antibiotic, because whatever bacteria entered your gut needs to be
This
battled.
one was also, I don't remember exactly what you said last time, but you said something about for mosquitoes, was it like
onion
pills?
Oh, that, yeah, that's, you know, I'm not allowed to tell you what to take or not to take, but I will tell you that I take garlic capsules. I take, you know, powdered odorless garlic capsules. And it for me, that reduces mosquito bites. But if you're ever in a place where you're in an area where there's dengue or malaria, you don't want to, you need bees. Yeah. Yeah,
Does
but
that make you smell like garlic when you sweat? No?
she said no, and she was with me for 2 months.
I
We
took
hung
it
out a
too.
lot, yeah.
I took
No,
garlic and
it's-
it helped.
It
Maybe
doesn't.
that's why you didn't smell her.
Where do you?
Because you smell
No.
Where do you get it from?
Yeah.
Like Lazy Acres?
Lazy Acres or the drugstore. A lot of people take powdered garlic for like heart circulation, whatever.
Odorless? It's a, yeah, odorless.
For bug spray, you think we should get it with the deep?
I think it's a good idea to always have a little bit of DEET. You can buy it there too as well. But you know, I tend to, if I'm not in a place where there's a big issue, or if it's just, you know, daytime. There's Darren. I do. You know.
Darren's here, so we can also talk about logistics now too, if anybody has those questions.
I have another question about a vaccine that I went to like an infectious disease doctor and she recommended, and it's like a $400 vaccine for Japanese encephalitis.
Yeah, mine did too.
And I don't know what to do because it's a lot of money, but it's a brain swelling virus from the mosquitoes. So that would be like really unfortunate.
It's also a 2 week, like you have to do the first shot.
Yeah.
in 2 weeks. So I don't know
She
if you
said
have
like,
time to
she
do
said
it.
3 to 7 days. It should do 3. It's running out, yeah. And I
Is
took
that
it.
spreading really rapidly right now?
Not really.
It's a pretty high, like, a lot of people get it, but they're asymptomatic.
It's like
and then
COVID.
10%, like, the people get the brain swelling, which is not ideal, obviously. Some insurances will cover like a part of it, but most doctors will say like, they don't accept the insurance there, so you have to contact your insurance directly and they'll give you like a rebate for it, but I don't, just something to
You
look
also get it like in Bali.
Yeah,
And she wrote down some
there's a
spots.
US version of it and an Australian version. So if you're in Bali, you can try to find a way to get the Australian version. I was recommended to do it since I'm traveling afterwards. So like it's not as much of a risk in Bali, but if you're going like anywhere else, it's supposed to be more of a problem.
Where are you traveling?
Vietnam.
Cool. This was a question, I guess, for Michelle, because you know, like equipment, and also everyone else. So I went to the dive shop in Santa Barbara And they, yeah, oh, you did? You do? Okay, and so they recommended like the one with the boot, and it was 7mm boot. Like, is that?
Try 3 mil. 7 mil's usually for out here.
Yeah, cause that's what I tried to bring mine back to them, and the lady was so mean.
Was it Megan?
I don't know. She was just really mean. She was like, no, she's like, I use this all the time.
That's what the guy
like-
said when I tried to
and-
return mine.
And they literally
The
wouldn't
guy
let me return
pulled.
it.
Really?
Yeah,
They're
like I was
But you
like,
did, Nora.
Yeah, and I got a 5mm. He like talked me into that one too, and it was $11 more.
when do you work at the dive shop?
my last day is on Saturday.
All
I
right.
will come, what time?
I am there all day, 10 to
Okay,
4.
I'm gonna, this Saturday, the 31st.
Yeah, this very Saturday, if you can. I won't be there and I will not work there
But
anymore.
they're not in stock, they have to go and order them.
Yeah, but it took a day. Mine's
Oh, that's
sitting
good.
there. I still have to go
Do
pick
you
it up.
think if I ordered it with you there, they would come next?
I don't know how to order it online, but I can talk to Alyssa, who's actually really nice. She's my favorite, so she'll help us out.
I'll text.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Just
Yeah.
really quick while we're on diving, I did have one question that I realized I forgot to ask. Since we have all these people here, I have the people who are already certified.
Yeah.
Grace, Rylan, Penny, who else? Anybody else?
Me and Taylor.
Nobody else is already certified? Because Karen needs to know if we're planning on diving during the days that the dive class is happening.
I would love to. If that's an option.
Penny?
I wanted a refresher,
Yeah, I asked her about that, so we'll get back to that.
whenever that is, and then afterwards, whatever is available.
Okay, we just need to see if we just need to make sure there's enough dive gear around. That is the only question I have for that.
And I would like to come diving with you guys on the first couple days as well.
All right. Figured as such. Okay.
On the topic of diving,
Yeah.
what about Dan?
Oh, yeah.
Divers, you never,
baths.
I was looking at it last night, there's a couple different ones.
Yeah, so you just
Sign up
if you
for it.
become, I'll send that out about Dan.
Divers
If you become a member of
Network or
Dive
something.
Alert Network,
Or dive-
it is cheap to do just the base membership and it gives you access to like 24/7
So just the
medical
basic
care
one.
and advice, and it's a really great membership. As most of you all are becoming scuba divers, I would encourage you to just have that be part of your lives. To do that, they came to my aid when I was in distress and really helpful. Like, so definitely super helpful. I will send that around.
And then I had a question for
Mhm.
Darren, I don't know, Darren, are you there?
Yeah.
He's here. Cool. This was random. I have a one-way ticket booked and I remember last time you said that you can't enter the airport. This could be totally wrong. You can't enter the airport if you don't have a second ticket booked. Just wanted to clarify that, like a round trip.
Yeah, the regulation to enter Indonesia is that you also have a ticket out of Indonesia.
Okay.
When we just flew, we had 2 one-way tickets. They did not ask us for our return ticket. But I've been denied boarding 3 times in the last 5 years on the last flight into Indonesia without having a ticket out of Indonesia. So I wouldn't recommend trying to fly there without having a ticket showing that you're leaving Indonesia. They could deny you boarding, and it'll take you a few days to get a rescheduled flight into Indonesia at that point. Now, the times that I've done this in the past, I had to very quickly, this is like at boarding time, had to quickly go ahead and purchase an inexpensive ticket one way out of Indonesia. I don't recommend taking that route. So search for something, even to Singapore, that you can show you're leaving Indonesia. And you might have to pay a little bit more. You could probably find a ticket that is completely refundable or cancelable. But at least have something to show you're going to be leaving the country. That's my recommendation.
And along those lines, you said to have proof that you're leaving. Is the itinerary sufficient proof, or do you have?
No.
What do you have
No,
to
the
have?
ticket itself is what they'll look for, because they'll want the confirmation code of your ticket.
What will they look for?
they will want a confirmed flight reservation. So if you show the itinerary, if your itinerary is showing a flight with a confirmation number of that flight, they'll be able to check that.
Okay, confirmation number, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally it's the email that you get when you buy your ticket. You get the email that's like, oh, you're confirmed on flight number, blah, blah. Just print that, you know, make sure you come printed with, you know, print your visas, print that.
Make a copy of your passport too, so that you can use that around.
Yeah.
I have a question about group flights. So is the group going to kind of sit together, or is it sort of just like sit wherever you want to on the flight?
Yeah, well, you all bought your own tickets, so you're sitting wherever you decided to sit. I could tell you where I'm sitting if I look it up. Cause I made sure I'm sitting on an aisle. Yeah. So we're all, how many of us are on the group flight? Almost everybody in this room. Marina, you're not?
I'm on the flight, but I'm not part of the group.
No, it's you are if you're on the flight.
Okay.
Who's on the Ava Airlines flight that's leaving that I'm gonna be on?
Yeah.
Which is technically the group flight. So everybody in this room, except for you're sort of on it. And then online, wait, let me see. I'm gonna view the gallery here. Gallery, in case we got Mia
Yes, I am.
and Ryland. Okay.
Me too.
Me, Penny.
I'm gonna be flying out of SFO.
Oh, right. I remember that.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
not
so
the
it's a
same.
lot of us. I'll make sure I have that list. I think, I just want to make sure that I know who's on it, so if anybody's missing, I can text you. But yeah, we're not necessarily all sitting together, but when, you can look online and you might be able to, otherwise, when we get to LAX, so I'm gonna take the Airbus from here. Lana's getting it from Carp. I think Jackie's gonna be in the Airbus.
What time, 6 o'clock?
Yeah, it's like a 6:20 depart.
I'm delayed, so I'm first.
Yeah. It departs here at from Luxembourg Plaza. At the check-in at LAX, at the Ava Airlines, you'll, you know, check in and put your bags in, and at that point, when you're going through the kiosk and can check in, you can choose seats.
Oh, for real?
But you could also do it online. You might charge a little to do it online.
I think you can do it within 48 hours of departure as a economy class, and then if you want to do it before that, you have to pay, I think.
Yeah, cool. So you might want to, if you're the kind of person that really likes a certain kind of seat like me, where I just can't stay seated for 500 hours or even 10 minutes. As you might have noticed.
I'm the window seat person.
Yeah. And I'll try to.
Can I ask a couple of questions real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, number one, the only person I don't have flight information for is Branch. So Branch, if you can email me your flight details, please, that'd be much appreciated. That way we'll complete that portion. And everybody else, most of you bought your ticket on Expedia. Some of you bought it on the Eva Air website itself. So if you purchased on Expedia, make sure you have not just your Expedia confirmation number, but your Eva Airlines confirmation number, because you can then go onto the Eva Airlines website 48 hours before to do the check-in and select your seats. And on that note, we have a lot of people have difficulty because when you input your confirmation number and your name, they don't take any hyphens or spaces and names. And if you booked your ticket with your first and middle name, you're also going to have to put in your first and middle name, but you run them together as one long first name. So it's a little complex, but at that time, 48 hours before, if you cannot find a way, it won't let you into the website. It says, doesn't recognize your ticket. I'll be on WhatsApp and you can be utilizing Laura and I as resources to help solve what's going on, okay? But try to do that at the first possible moment. You'll have more seats to select from. And I guess the last thing is, when you're going, before you arrive into Indonesia, you're going to have to fill out your customs declaration form. I sent a link to that. on WhatsApp a few days ago. You can't fill that out until 3 days before your arrival, but make sure you have that filled out. They'll send you a QR code because you'll need that QR code to get out of the immigration hall. Okay? I'll send some more details on the specifics as we get closer, because many of these details will be forgotten between now and all the packing and the likes that you're going to be doing. So we'll be in constant contact.
Yeah, no, so that's why just keep your WhatsApp, you know, turn your notifications on. Branch. Let's be sure to talk before we depart today about making sure you can get on WhatsApp, since I think you're the only one missing from it. Yeah.
For like the actual travel day, do you recommend like sleeping pills, or like is a pillow a must? Like what's the best for the plane?
I think
everybody's. Yeah, it's a very long flight, so it depends on your individual needs. Some people just knock out as soon as the engines start on an airplane and they wake up when it's about to land. Other people just cannot sleep unless they're a little bit comfortable. So if you got a pillow you can bring that's nice and light, no problem with that. You can take that on board. As far as sleeping pills, I hate to recommend anything like that. I've used them in the past. In fact, the last time I used them, we had very young kids, and I took one, and one of our kids was crawling out of the bassinet, and I couldn't wake up. So it all depends on your ability to tolerate those, but they do help a lot of people. And if it's something you normally use for sleep, I wouldn't say don't bring them. Melatonin is another thing that some people take just to help kind of get you over the edge and get some sleep on the plane.
How about
And others just watch videos all day or all night on the plane.
It's really compressible blankets, you know, there's just those pseudo down ones, you know, but they're just for travel like that.
Yeah, you can get that. The plane will give you blankets and pillows.
I'll give you a blanket.
Oh, for sure. For the long haul flights, you get blanket, pillows, and food.
Yeah, a little tiny pillow.
Darren.
Fine with your dinner.
I actually had like one question about the food too. So I know we need to like put in a specific meal. I have like a couple dietary issues, like, and so I couldn't choose like both. Should I like email Eva Air, or should I just like bring my own food? What do you think's better?
Yeah, if they usually have limited ones.
Yeah, I could only select one, like thing. But
That's a good point. Well, you might want to bring some backup food just in case, but you should be able to. There's normally several selections like the. We have about 7 or 8 different choices you can make, but if nothing of those meets your criteria, then I'm not sure if an email would work, but it's nothing to say don't do it. It might help. I just don't know if they can accommodate. So I would bring backup food just in case.
When I was on the website, they said that if you had dietary limitations or specifications like kosher or something, that you could contact them at least 24 or 48 hours before departure.
Yes, that's absolutely right. You don't want to leave that to the last minute. So the moment you do the check-in, that's a good time to do that also. But you can do manage my booking before that and put in some of the criteria. So you could sign in now and go to manage my booking and look at what options are available.
I had a question about the declaration form. Are there things we're supposed to declare?
For the most part, there'd be pretty unusual things, because if you're staying less than 90 days in Indonesia, you don't have to declare things like excess computers or 2 telephones. They're mainly things like don't bring more than 10 million rupiah. 100 million rupiah. So about $6,500 in cash. Don't bring illicit drugs.
Yeah,
Food products.
like, let's just stop on the drug thing for one quick second. Remember that any CBD, hemp, you know, all of those products that involve marijuana, even though it might be free and legal here, are not okay. So like, go through your bags, take away, like, I've been using CBD cream to hurt my knee injury, like, make sure it's not in your bag. Just don't make any mistakes. No joke, please. Okay. Yep.
I have a question about international plans for your phone. What do you recommend? Do you recommend doing it with it with your American carrier, or do you recommend going and doing it in Indonesia?
Yeah, Darren, you want to speak to that one, since there's so many good
Yeah,
iterations?
it depends on the carrier. Like, if you have T-Mobile, you've got some basic data that you can use over here for free. I'm doing that right now. It's pretty limited, but I can get my WhatsApp to work. I can pay $50 a month on T-Mobile and get high-speed data, 15 gigabytes of high-speed data, and you'd have to do that twice for a 2-month program. AT&T and Verizon usually charge about $100 per month, so it could get pretty expensive. One option would be to bring an older phone, maybe the last one you had before your current phone, that you could pop a SIM card into over here, and you can purchase a SIM card and data pretty inexpensively. You'd probably spend about $25 to $30 for 50 gigabytes. And you could then either use that phone or use that as like a wireless hotspot to have your other phone connect to. So there are lots of ways of doing this. Another way is to purchase over here for about $70, or sorry, no, it's less, $60, a mobile hotspot with a SIM card with data, and then carry that around with you along with your phone. And that's $60 plus another 20 in data would cover you for 2 months. And then you can use that same device in other places around the world. So devil's in the detail. Some people just like to have their own phone. They don't mind paying that money. I like to save money, so I've got a wireless hotspot, and I use that along with my T-Mobile slow data. And then I've got fast and slow data whenever I need it.
On that one, when you're buying a phone over there, do you deal with your American carrier at all?
No, you wouldn't. No,
right.
as long as your phone, you gotta make sure your phone is unlocked. Whatever phone you're using is unlocked. And the same goes for many modern phones. You can get a second eSIM or physical SIM card and operate both at the same time. So a lot of the newer phones have dual SIM capability. So you have to find out from the specs on your own phone. One, does it have the capability to add a Indonesian SIM card, either physical or eSIM? And is your phone unlocked to the point of being able to do that?
Okay, Darren, can I call you on WhatsApp at some point in the next 24 hours or so? Because I've just purchased and I blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna go down to my carrier and blah, 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 blah. But then I might rather do what you're saying about getting it over there, so that I know.
Yeah, best thing to do is to text me because of the time difference, and I can give you a call back as soon as the next convenient moment.
That's Marina.
No problem.
Yeah, so just so you know, anytime you're around the hotels or in a store, you can hook onto wireless, and like I can FaceTime and WhatsApp and email and do everything on wireless. So you don't have to have a phone plan. We will, when we're not at the hotel, we will mostly be all together anyway. So, I'm gonna be using the mobile device only. I don't do any other phone plan, the mobile hotspot. So, I mean, because we want to be in touch all the time, no matter where, and usually, so like, Lana, what did you do last time?
I think my mom did something because she wanted to contact me wherever I was and FaceTime, but I have AT&T and I think she did like the 2-month plan, but yeah, it was a little bit more on the expensive side, but worth it because in places where you don't have Wi-Fi or no connection whatsoever and you need to get a hold of someone for something, it's nice to have that ability. But otherwise, you're not gonna be on your phone much, so it's not that needed.
Would we have a day to go get that hotspot? Like,
oh yeah, we're gonna have a whole day where we take you to the bank and to all the places. Change money, we're gonna do all that with you together.
Yeah.
Oh, suddenly I said the word bank and everybody's hands shut up.
Yeah.
Okay, Nora first.
To go to work.
Yeah, no problem.
5:30,
It
is
is
that okay?
5:30. I want to be aware of everybody's schedules. This is just the kind of open conversation of questions. So if there's anybody. Yeah, and Jack said T-Mobile worked good for him. Hi, Jack. Good to see you there again. Yeah. So if anybody needs to and wants to leave, and we can stick around and address more questions. Just before some people leave, if we could have like 10 people grab an extra water bottle and just carry a water bottle or two over for the others that weren't here in person. I would love that. And also we'll stay and ask questions, but I just want to kind of, since some people are leaving, just to thank you all for being present today and everybody online for being present. And I know it's a long day, but hopefully helpful to kind of get our minds thinking about where we're going and what we're doing. Yeah. Bye. Okay. Questions away about banks.
Okay, so let's say you saved like X amount of money. How much of that should we change into cash before we leave to take there? Because I know Darren said like $100 bills were the best. So I'm just wondering like how much of the amount I saved up should I change into cash and how much should I leave on my debit card?
And should we do all the cash in the very beginning?
Oh, it doesn't, you can do both. I think that the bottom line is a few people occasionally lose their debit card or it gets stuck. And so you do want to just have two different sources of money. A lot of places, like when we're in a boot and Sonora and stuff, you can use your credit card. But if you have a debit card and then, I'm gonna bring like for the program, $600-700 and $100 bills, and I have to have a lot more money on hand than you guys, but I change out a few hundred. I'll probably change out 600 when I get there. I have a wheelbarrow to take all my millions out, so I hold cash and carry it, leave it in the hotel. And then I also use a debit card.
Okay. So do you recommend like $600-700 then?
Lana's nodding. Yeah, my budget is a little higher just because I have to be on hand for people who need help sometimes. Lana, what did you bring?
I think I didn't. Well, I brought, I think somewhere between 600 and 700, and
Like in $100.
yeah, it's nice to have extra if you need to lean on it, or if you buy too many things, or if you just like get too overwhelmed with all the things. But yeah, it's nice to have. It's also good for like days off when you pay the drivers for traveling, for taking you somewhere, or you do an excursion on your own. Like I went rafting and it was literally the best thing ever, and you guys should definitely do that.
And go ahead.
Yes, you have to. It was so fun. But like
Could you use a credit card for
No.
the rafting?
Not
That's
necessarily.
what I-
a
that's-
lot
Yeah.
of things are cash.
Yeah, and so on the days off excursions, some of those excursions, to get a good deal are, you'll meet Guru and, he'll be organizing some of those, so you would give him cash.
And cash in,
In Rupia.
Okay.
Yeah, so I would plan on, I think 600 is a good base for sure.
Okay, I was gonna ask if you were a big spender or a little spender.
It depends. I didn't say no often. Because when are you gonna be in Bali?
I mean, look at this ring, it was so cute.
I got one too. And I got, yeah.
Yeah.
So how much cash did you both bring sort of for like the whole trip for expenses like food and?
That's what I was saying, like six to 800 will be fine.
Okay. Yeah.
For food, that's like, yeah, when I say I took 600, that was like all my meals, all your breakfasts are covered, we'll have a lot of dinners, group dinners occasionally, but it's like lunch and dinner, you're not gonna spend more than like $5 or so for a meal.
Oh.
I mean, that's all you took, like, period, or is that like all the cash?
That's what I took for cash, and then I had, I used a credit card for some things when I could. And, I used my debit card a lot because I had 3 students who lost their debit cards and I had to get out money for them, and then they Venmo'd me or their mom Venmo'd me or whatever. So, we have enough people that can happen too. If you're if you're in an emergency, I'm gonna have 2 different debit cards, 2 credit cards, and a wad of cash. So don't lean on me, but I got you if anything's wrong, and I'm sure
Darren and Laura will try.
No, absolutely. I was thinking I had.
It's fine as far as using a debit card to pull out, because otherwise I'd lose my interest. So I like to keep it in the bank as much as possible.
Yeah, just be aware where you use your debit card. Some of them will charge you a transition fee between US dollars and Rupia. So it might, right now the interest rates are so low, it might not matter.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and you want to we'll teach you about which debit, ATM machines not to use and use.
Which people do not go to. 'cause they'll
Exactly,
scam
we'll
you.
teach you about that for sure.
For the scuba certification, I know we put down a deposit, but how are we paying for the rest of it?
The same way.
Like online wire transfer?
Yeah, that's the best way. Should I have to do that too for the dive trip I'm doing with her afterwards?
And when do we need to do that by?
It's funny that she didn't call it out. We'll ask her. Yeah,
Was it-
probably. Good question. This I can't answer.
Probably something to get done before they leave.
You
so-
told me it's
so they don't
when
have
we
to worry
finish
about
the
it.
course.
Oh, when we finish.
Afterwards.
Okay. And then what, because we're doing it the first few days, right? The scuba diving certificate. What is like our days, like the timing of that even? Like, is it multiple?
The
hours?
timing I can't tell you, but yeah, it's on your schedule here when we're in Pamucharan. So it says those 3 days, the 18, 19, 20.
Michelle?
Yep.
We have to take off, but it sounds like the questions are good for us. You'll cover the diving stuff.
No problem, unless anybody has any questions for them specifically right now. Awesome.
I did want to add one thing. We just had a group come back and I just looked through the notes. And the students there said they spent about 25 US equivalent per day on various like this, their lunches and dinners and little activities. They averaged about $25 per day. So if you multiply that by 60 days, you're looking at a total of about up to $1,500 in expenses over the 2 months. If you lived at the same level that they did, they were there for a shorter period of time. And half of that they spent in cash, actually 40% in cash, and the rest they put on cards or to swipe the debit card. So keep that in mind. You can certainly live less than that. The tendency is to try and, you spend more because you see all this neat stuff, you want to buy it, or activities you want to do. So it runs the gamut, but as Michelle said, don't take everything in cash, take a portion in cash, and then but have some resources available so you can do the things you want to do.
And once you get addicted to diving, that's.
Maybe I should have had larger numbers there.
Yeah, the dive shops will take credit cards, all of them. You pay a little transition fee, but it's
You mentioned that the hotels are the safest place to leave your cash. Do they have safes?
Yes, most of them do have safes, and there's some tricks otherwise, and I'll talk to you about that at each hotel.
because nobody would ever think to look in your underwear drawer, right, Darren?
Correct.
That's right.
When will we know our roommates?
Or your laundry bag.
Oh, yeah, we'll so the roommates will be switching frequently, but we have to have a phone date and do that. Yeah, make our list. If anybody has what do you call them? Requests.
Preferred roommates?
Roommates, you can let me know before you go.
And will you pass it on to me,
Yeah.
Michelle, because I have to give our first list within the coming days.
Right. Oh, we need to do it fast.
Yes.
You want
at least for Fox.
Do you want to just make one? For those first few days anyways?
Yeah, but if you have anybody there that says, okay, I have this preferred roommate already, if you can forward that information, I can run with that to make the first 1 or 2 hotels room list from that.
Yeah, I say go with it. And, especially the first few days, it's not, I say make it so. Since you have to get those hotels, I forgot about that part.
Yeah, no problem.
That's why you're there.
All right, we have to run. We're actually off to Munjicon Island.
What?
Yep.
Wait, are you in
We're
Pamucharan?
checking it out for you.
You're in Pamucharan right now?
We are.
We are, yeah.
You guys.
Look at us, rascals.
You, the ones.
We had to come up here to pay the hotel.
Yep, okay. All right. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
You can send me questions on WhatsApp, anybody, I'll get back to you.
Just
right away.
did, I just did for an appointment.
Okay, all
All
right.
right.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you guys.
We'll see you in
We'll
Bali.
see you in Bali, but WhatsApp anytime, individually or as a group.
Try to the fishies for me.
All right, bye.
So funny. Okay.
Yeah, any other questions or people wanna just?
Are we at the airport anywhere?
At the gate.
I don't know, like.
Michelle.
Well, what kind of?
We go.
What
Like, what do you allowed to say? This is a third volume thing, right?
I was gonna say the weight.
Ashley, Michelle.